Just text, I know it's a toss up, but I hate the fact that we lost touch. Ayy, the Uber pulling up on call. Tell me, is you trying to fall through? I'ma leave it up to you. What you wanna do? Look, I'm trying to spend this time with you. Know we overdue. What you doing right now? Baby, won't you swing my way? It's been a day and I've been thinking out loud. I know I want you. Long time since the last time. Got a tab, we could run up. Knew you from the way, now we grown up. My look, yeah, made the realest ones nervous. But if you want it, tap in. I think that I know somewhere that we could go to crash land. We could keep the pace on slow, jam. Don't leave me on red. Can we go back where we first began? No plans, all we had was the moment. Just text, I know it's a toss-up. We was raised a little different. Used to be ashamed who I was, now I'm paid by the sentence. Taking my time with it. Baby, give me yours, so I could get them butterflies trapped in your ribcage. Let me know we on the same page. Give me with a text, voice note or an emoji. Waiting all day for your name on the ID. So if you want it, tap in. I think that I know somewhere that we could go to crash land. And we could keep the pace on slow, jam. Don't leave me on red. Can we go back where we first began? No plans, all we had was the moment. Just text, I know it's a toss-up. But I hate the fact that we lost touch. Yeah, the Uber pulling up on call. Tell me, is you trying to fall through? I'ma leave it up to you. What you wanna do? Lost touch, yeah. attention. But I keep everybody at a distance. If I build it, will y'all really come? Bought all these panties, but I really don't wear none. I like boys and I like girls, but I love my baby. Some may judge, but Emmanuel is still God within me. Yeah. I don't drink liquor, but it's something about a champagne toast. Still can't swim, but I sure could float. I rip the water parasite, but all the elements live rent free in my mind. Yeah. Moody. Moody.
It's the High Powered Podcast. Lit conversations, debates, and advice that keep you turned up.
My skin is simply flawless. It's glowing. It's perfect. It is clear. It is beautiful. Do you want to know why? This baby right here. Right here. Shea butters. This makes the world go round. This makes your skin happy. Your skin thanks you and throws a party every single time you put it on. This literally is the secret to happy skin, to happy, clear, moisturized, beautiful, perfect, glowing skin. And I hate to tell you guys, but if you don't have shea butters, you might as well wear a paper bag over your head.
Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up? Yes, that's one up from one of our sponsors, Share Butters. All right, if you want to order some of that good butter for your skin, you can check the comment section after the video is over and get 10% off your first order by using the discount code Princella. Now, make sure when you use the discount code, you pronounce and spell my name right, because it ain't gonna work if you calling me Priscilla, okay? Because that ain't my name. All right. I got a special guest tonight. I've been trying to get this brother's attention for about a year, and I finally got his attention. Somebody got his attention for me, because dude just straight out here just giving it to you raw. I mean raw and uncut. And the very first video I saw of him, he hit you so raw that people didn't know where the hell if they was coming or going. I mean, he knocked y'all ass from here to Timbuktu with that video, and it was hell. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play two of my favorite videos of him, and then I'm gonna let him come in here and give us a word, y'all. All right.
I'm convinced that if a woman likes you, she is going to willfully lie to herself.
Well, yeah, duh. If women didn't lie to themselves, then so many of y'all would not get no pussy. And that's what dudes don't understand. Because to most dudes, pussy is still pussy. They ain't gotta like the girl, they ain't gotta be attracted to the girl. Put a bag over her head, she still got a pussy. And the pussy was good, even with that bag over her head. But it's not like that for women. A nigga with a big dick can feel like an anointing or a homicide. That all depends on how she feels about the dude. Sorry to be the one to tell you, but it ain't just your dick that drove her crazy. It's not even you that drove her crazy. It's her idea of who she thinks you are that drove her crazy. The image of the man that she sees you to be is what drove her crazy. The lie that she told herself is what drove her crazy. The foundation of your entire ego, the ego that got you feeling like King Dick, was formed on that lie. And when she stopped believing that lie, you go from yes daddy to hey girl, don't let her wake up.
What's the biggest lie ever told to women and girls?
That sex means anything to a man. It is an act to fulfill a standard male need. It don't got shit to do with love, intimacy, care, feelings. It don't mean shit. It's no different than taking a fucking piss. If you have ever thought or have ever had sex with a man with the intention or belief or hope that it would lead to love or that it meant anything regarding respect or love for you, you is a motherfucking fool. Why do you think it's so easy for a man to make you a single mother? Because nothing about you becoming a single mother meant a motherfucking thing to him. He don't give a fuck about the sex. He didn't give a fuck about you, and he don't give a fuck about that baby. In his mind, he's stuck paying child support to you because he took a motherfucking piss. This is why bragging that you had a man or you had someone else's man is the stupidest shit that you could ever say out your fucking mouth. To that man, it was literally between you and that dirty wife beater on the floor. Your biggest competition was his hand and dirty laundry. But go off, sis.
Okay, so with no further ado, I got my main man up in here, Chad the Great. What's up, man?
What's good? What's going on? How you doing?
Oh, I'm excellent. I'm excellent. We got a lot of supporters in here who also follow you too, so they are very happy to see you. If y'all, it's 914 people in here listening. Make sure you turn up the thumbs up and make sure that they look very close to how many people are on here. All right.
Yes, it's hot.
Yes, indeed. So, Chad, them was my two favorite videos of yours. Let me ask you, what made you record that first one? What was going through your head?
The first one, like women will lie to themselves. That one.
No, the very first one.
The very first one I did last year.
Yeah.
I don't know. I saw that what's the biggest lie ever told to women and girls, and literally that is the biggest lie ever told to women and girls. Mm-hmm. That's the biggest lie, because to a man, like, I thought that a lot of women knew that, but I guess a lot of women don't understand, like, didn't understand the male, like, organ, sexual anatomy or anything like that. But yeah, it's not a big deal. Like, it's the biggest lie. it was a dream. Like, now that's not saying that, you know, a man cannot, you know what I'm saying, that sex cannot mean something. But as far as just sex only, if all you have to offer is just sex only, that means absolutely nothing to a man. You have to, if you cannot get him without the sex, then the sex is not going to help you. That doesn't matter.
Yeah. So on to the next video then. What about this lie that women tell themselves about men?
Absolutely. That's I did that one on the flip side because a lot of dudes didn't know that so many women lie to themselves, you know, and women pretty much, it's like they pretty much have to, because it's like if a lot of women told themselves the truth of what the situation was, they wouldn't be able to have sex with some guys that they have sex with. They wouldn't be able to date some guys that they have sex with. You know, if you told yourself the truth that this dude just borrowed $20 from you and your lights got turned off last month, or whatever situation, anything negative, you're not going to want to continue being with that person, you know. But she has to tell herself, oh, he loves me, or she has to tell herself so many lies to get her through all of that. It's like if she just stopped lying to herself, then, you know.
You know, and I'm glad that you said that, because I try to tell women that in order to uphold a lot of these heterosexual relationships, in order to uphold all of this, you have to lie to yourself, because men live in a delusional state, because men by nature don't really have a purpose. So we got a time issue on this thing for some reason. So every now and then he'll get kicked off, and every now and then he gets kicked off and he got to come back. Something is glitching or something in this whole thing. Chad, where you at? It don't look like it's popping up. I don't even see you or hear you, Chad. Can you call back? Let me get him out of here. We gotta wait. We gotta wait for him to call back, because something is glitching. Something is glitching in the system, and it keeps throwing.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It keeps throwing him out of here like every. I guess it's like every 7 minutes.
It's a time. It's like it's timing me out.
Yeah. Anyway, I tell them that men by nature don't really have a purpose. So they depend on women lying to them to make them feel needed, make them feel useful, make them feel like they're seen. So because of that, and since we live in a system of patriarchy where male nature is at the head, that means the world has to live in a mass delusion to uphold this entire system. And part of that system is these heterosexual relationships where women have to go against everything that tells them to leave a dude alone to continue to sit in it. To stay married, you got to take abuse, you have to overlook men's transgressions, all of that, to continue to uphold that. What's your take on that?
Okay, on that point, I agree, especially like with the last thing you said, because if it was left to natural, like patriarchy is a system that was created to ensure that unfit men had access to women so that their bloodline could continue. You know, if you left it up to survival of the fittest, then only the strongest and the fittest of the men would have access to women. But when you don't have, so basically patriarchy was created so that unfit men would have access to women, so that all of the women did not go to the strongest and the fittest of the men. So when you create a system that strips women of their autonomy, and they become dependent on a man, and in all aspects, psychologically, financially, everything, then even men who are unfit will get a woman, and his bloodline will continue.
So it's designed so all of the things that a lot of the women go through on the lower vibrational end, because not all men are like that, but it's on that low vibration stuff. That's because those are the unfit men. Those are the men that, you know, they shouldn't be able to get wet, but they're getting wet because, you know, there's a system that's set up to where it guarantees that they'll be able to get wet. But normally they would be sitting up here with some dry chapped meats. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, absolutely. So what I try to tell women is that they don't understand the difference between nature versus nurture. And so I typically go into the biological aspect, the psychological aspect, and then the sociological aspect. So there was a guy by the name of Yuri Bezmenov who came out in '84 talking about ideological subversion, where American patriotism was currently under attack at that point. And so what I try to teach women is how ideological subversion works. And it's a 4-step process for that. And so the process is demoralization, which means you remove the morality. But when you remove the morality, it's not because you remove the morality, it's because you remove the philosophy that produces the byproduct called morality. So you get rid of the old philosophy, which is the psychological program that everybody is running under this particular structure, because that's the doctrine for that particular sociological structure. And it's a process to change that. And so that first step is demoralization, which takes about 20 years to do. Then you go into destabilization, crisis, and then normalization. So to normalize something, there is a process to normalize it. So what women don't understand is that you're operating out of your nature, and what you think is natural is only normalized dysfunction. You have been conditioned through violence. You have been conditioned through gaslighting and all of these things, law enforcement, and then brainwashed or manipulated through music and entertainment to see the world and accept the dysfunctional state. We got to wait for him to call back. Okay. All right. And so
See the world and stuff. Yep.
yeah, so they've been conditioned to see the world in this jacked up dysfunctional way to the point that it's been normalized. So she thinks that what she's doing is normal or natural, and she can't figure out her problem. So even in the music, the music has been set up for women to desire dysfunction, right? So when we talk about the law of attraction and auto-suggestion, women don't realize that the songs that you sing are a form of auto-suggestion. So the songs that they're singing is total dysfunction between males and females, but it keeps women choosing the lower grade males without a thought in the world. And the further you are down on the socioeconomic totem pole means the less conscious you are and the more children you pop out due to your codependent ways that has been produced by the system. Right.
That's a that's a lie. I agree 100% of that. So starting with like you said, like with the system, it's absolutely goes against a woman's nature, because it is not in this. Just kind of lets you know how jacked up women's minds have gotten, because it is not normal for a woman to try and audition to be with a man that cannot do anything for her. That's not normal. But women are fighting over men that cannot do anything for them. Like survival of the fittest, really, and it's nature for that. There's a reason why women are attracted to the strongest and the fittest and the most financially secure men. That's not a gold digger thing. That's in nature. Women are attracted to the strongest men by their natures, whatever category that may be, whether it's physical or stability, it doesn't matter. They education, they are attracted to the strongest of the men. That is what nature is. But they have been programmed to, with things like, they've been programmed to like see virtue and valor and poverty, almost to see beauty in the struggle. And it's not, and just because someone is struggling, you know what I'm saying, or it's like they've been taught to love the pauper. They got the story of the princess and the pauper, and it's like they've been taught to see the beauty in the pauper. But the other girls got Rapunzel and the Prince Charming, but they got the, you know, you supposed to love the broke man. You supposed to, this is what we're gonna give you. You know what I'm saying? And it's like they were conditioned to see that this poor man, poor, I don't want to offend nobody, this poor man is more virtuous than somebody who is not, and that's not true. Think about everybody who's ever done you wrong in your life. They've probably been poor too. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, we've been conditioned to think that any type of stability, that's wrong, and the women have been conditioned to believe that they have to stick by because that's the good man. The poor man is the good man. It's like that they have been completely turned upside down. Completely. And the last point you made was the I want to touch on that. Was the last thing you said?
What was the last thing I said?
I think it was you had your 4 steps, because I was making notes as you were going. Like,
I think the further they go on the socioeconomic totem pole, the more children they have due to
children. That's
it.
Absolutely. So the children, like, they're gonna have more children because for a number of reasons. But if you think about just the basics of it, when you are in that socioeconomic status, you are psychologically, financially, emotionally depressed, and the only thing that feels good, the cheapest thing that can make you feel good, is sex. And a lot of people who are unemployed or who are
God dang, I don't know what the hell is going on with this timeout thing, but it keep knocking them out like every 7 minutes. Yep, we hear you.
Yeah, but okay, so a lot of people who are in that, you hear me?
Yes.
You hear me? Okay, so when you're in that lower economic, emotional, financial status, then the only thing that you have to make yourself feel good, because you can't go out and do anything that make you feel good. You don't have any resources to make yourself feel good. The only thing that they have to make them feel good is sex. So it's like, it keeps them in this cycle, because you're emotionally depressed, financially depressed, mentally depressed, socioeconomically depressed. And the only thing that you have to make yourself feel good is something that's going to keep you there. It keeps you, this man, he gives you pleasure, but because this is the only form of pleasure that you have, you get pregnant, you get these babies, and it keeps you in this cycle.
Absolutely, and it also has something to do with so not only does it have a psychological impact, it also takes people down to the lowest natures of themselves, almost to the point of rats, right? So if we're familiar with the John Calhoun rat utopia experiment, Universe 25, where he took 4 pairs of mice out of their natural environment and put them in a quote unquote utopia, gave them everything they need, food, housing, and everything. And since they were not expelling that energy foraging for food, what they ended up doing was 8 mice turned into 2,200, right? And then once it reached a peak, when there was no more space, it collapsed. So that's the same thing that happens to people who are pushed down into their lowest nature, their animal nature, with no consciousness. And so the female has been placed in the worst position because she needs freedom, but she's been placed in a position of mental, physical, financial, sexual slavery that prevents her from actually functioning the way that the divine intended her to function. So this system cannot survive unless you have people in total dysfunction, right? So they need to produce a lot of children, right? And because those children become commodities for the system. So with male sperm swimming faster than female sperm, you're more likely to have more male conceptions as opposed to female conceptions. And then when you have a philosophical program like patriarchy running on the female, she prefers male children over female children. Therefore, she squelches his nature by coddling him and giving him everything, handicapping him, and putting him out into the world that makes him do exactly what his nature is, and boom, he goes to jail. Right, so so that fuels the system, and then with her low self-esteem, you fuel the system by buying a bunch of consumerist products that you don't need to fill that void, and the cycle just continues on. And since there's no real sisterhood, you don't have people communing and helping each other. You have more competition, which creates more issues and more money being spent on things that you didn't have to spend that money on. So women don't realize that you are the foundation to keep this system of patriarchy upheld just by you being a male worshiper.
Absolutely. Like the with keeping the system going, and that mindset, a lot of women, part of the condition. Think about this: a lot of women will talk themselves out of guys that are. They'll tell themselves like, this guy's out of my league. Like they will feel insecure of a man who actually has himself together, who can actually get her, who can take care of her, but they don't want him because it's like, well, he can leave. It's kind of like they would rather deal with. It's like they've been beat down mentally so bad that they would.
Damn, man, I wish that shit would stop doing that. Okay, we hear you.
Yeah, so next time we go out, I'm gonna try and open up in Chrome and see if that works. But
Okay.
I think they've been beat down mentally so bad that they would. It's like they would. I don't want to say rather, but they're comfortable being with a man that can't do anything, because then it's like, well, at least he cannot leave me. At least he cannot leave me. Versus being with the man that is the fittest of the fit, then it's like, well, he doesn't need me. He can leave me at any time. I'm afraid of this man leaving me. And it's like, you should never be afraid of the man leaving you. The man needs you, but you are fearful of even a broke man leaving you. It's like you're kind of, it's like, it just, when you think about it, how out of whack the mentality is. It's like you're fearful that a broke man is going to leave you when the fittest of the men are supposed to compete for you.
Right.
It's like, that's how far down it is. So it's like when they meet the fittest, when they meet a fit man, a fit man who has everything together, they will tell themselves that he think he better, or they will tell themselves something to where they don't even allow themselves to go down that road with him. Like, oh, he think he's too good, or he think he's better, or something like that. And it's like, no, he actually don't. It's just the fact that you know that he doesn't need you.
Right.
And that kind of worries you. You're afraid that he'll leave.
Absolutely, because women have been brought down into a strong level of codependence, right?
Absolutely. Well, I think the concept of love that we have been taught is not love. It's actually just codependency plus chaos.
Yep, that's it.
Most people's definition of love. It's just
I be trying
codependency plus chaos.
I be trying to
It's not
tell
love.
them that. I be trying to tell them that, Chad. And
Yeah.
that's why when I say something like men are incapable of love, the first thing people do is buck at me, but you're bucking at me because you believe love is some toxic ass shit. You don't even listen to the quote unquote love songs that you listen to. None of these songs actually are love songs.
No, love, when you think about it, people will believe, they say love is pain. People have been saying that since I was a kid. Love is pain, pain is love. They actually believe that. No, like, these are two different words with two different definitions and two different meanings. Look them up in a dictionary. Love is love, pain is pain. These are not interchangeable synonyms. But
Right.
in the psyche,
of so many people, they believe that love is pain. They think that it should come with an element of chaos attached to it, and it does not. It's
Right.
not what love is.
Exactly. So not only do they say love is pain or love hurts, they also say dumbass shit like love is blind. So because they believe love is blind, they will overlook alarming red flags in front of their face because people see the world through the lens of their deficiencies. So because they have holes and needs that are met, they are outside subconsciously looking for somebody to fulfill these needs. And what they'll do is, based on the needs that they need met, they'll start trying to do that, trying to exchange the primary need with a man transactionally to get him to fill that need. So they move in this idea of love manipulatively through deficiency.
Oh,
yeah, that's how they move. And so when I say men are incapable of love, a lot of people are bucking because they do not understand the definition or what love is. They never even knew love. They can't even tell you what love is. So the reason why people think there are 50 million different definitions of love, it's because everybody needs something different. And they're all seeing their love through the lens of their deficiencies. So what you deficient in ain't what necessarily what I'm deficient in. What he deficient in ain't necessarily what she deficient in. So that's how you get a million different definitions of love right there. So I think he finna switch browsers and let's see if that changes. Yeah, and that's why, because people think love is so basic and simple, they never have any depth of thought into it. And so the way that they move in their actions is reckless. How you believe love is some toxic ass shit that'll get you fucked up? You believe love hurt and you believe it's blind. So your dumb ass walking into a fucking alligator den, an alligator pool, just dumb as a box of rocks.
Okay.
Okay,
All
let's
right.
see if
I
that
think
works.
hopefully this works. I'm in Chrome now instead of Safari.
Okay,
We should
I hope
do
it do. Yeah, okay.
Right.
All right, so what I was saying is that, and I was just telling them, since they believe these two things about love, that love hurts and love is blind, they don't understand that they have psychologically programmed themselves to behave, because no action comes without a preceding thought and emotion. So your behavior is based on the dominating program in your subconscious mind. And subconsciously, people think love is painful, they think love is blind, and they think love is a language of their deficiencies. So they move and they walk into lions' dens with a blindfold on, looking for their primary needs to get met, and that's how they get fucked up. And they come out, oh, love hurt. No, bitch, your dumbness hurts, okay? Your blindness
Right.
hurt. Your stupidity hurt, okay?
Right. Absolutely. Most people they don't even know what the definition, until they don't know what the definition of love is. They have no idea. And you can say it comes from a number of things, but if we were to look at just an individual person, it goes all the way back to when that person was a child. They were beat. Their parent taught them, well, I'm beating you, I'm whooping you because I love you. And you know what I'm saying? I'm whooping you because I'm trying to protect you. And in your mind, you subconsciously associate that with a love with some type of pain, a love with some type of, and that's not it. When a parent tells a child that I'm inflicting pain onto you because I love you, that
Right.
creates a association between the two, where that person will always think that there has to be an element of chaos in order for me to feel something. And when you have that type of person, if a woman is brought up in that way, she will be the type of woman that if she meets a man who just offers love and nothing else, like, and no chaos and none of that, like healthy love,
Right.
those are the type of girls that say, oh, he's boring, I need something to go on, I need to create an argument, I need something. Why
Yeah.
don't you, they need some form of
Yeah.
chaos
Yep.
in order to, I need to feel something. Yeah.
Yep. Yep, because they have been totally fucked up. And not only is it from the parents, it's also early in school. If a little boy so-called likes the girl, he bullies her, right? He beats her up. And so, oh, he's only doing that because he likes you. So women have been conditioned to believe that abuse is equivalent to love, right? And so
Absolutely.
it's a total psychological screw and a mind fuck that makes women make illogical and irrational decisions. And the fact that women don't ask questions is the most dangerous thing, because what women do not understand is that the conscious mind is the masculine part of oneself. When you shut down the masculine part of yourself, you are left wide open for programming. And so women have been taught not to, everybody has been taught not to ask questions, but for damn sure, women have been taught not to ask questions so that it makes it easier for you to program a person. And so women are the true collective unconscious, because they are the feminine vessel. They are the subconscious. This is the reason why churches are filled with women and not men. This is why all of the marketing dollars are focused towards marketing to women and not men, because women are impressionable, because they are the planet's subconscious counterpart. They are the subconscious mind. So because women have been manipulated this way, they cannot find their way out of the abuse, because they have been normalized into dysfunction and they don't know that they're dysfunctional. And so what they don't also realize is that males thrive in chaotic environments. Men,
100%.
men thrive in chaos. So men view love through the lens of chaos. And this is the reason why they have to condition women to accept the abuse, because males function in chaos and not calm waters.
That's
It's,
true.
yes.
That's true. Like, there's a like honestly, a lot of reason why a lot of women have issues with men being able to be emotional and connect and all that stuff and all the things that women ask for is because honestly, when a dude start going there emotionally with you, it affects your dick. You don't you could you could you could wear out a $2 you know what I'm saying, a jump off that you don't even know easy. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's easy. But to actually involve the emotional aspect into that, it it takes away from the dominant nature. Like, the dominant nature of the man, honestly, is just to conquer, like to just, like, honestly, the less I know about you, the more in my mind I can dominate you, the more I can reduce you down. Like, if I'm like, why you telling yourself that you love me and all this other stuff while we doing it? You telling yourself, I love this man, he my everything, blah, 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 blah. In my mind, I'm telling myself, this nasty, bitch, thirsty bitch, this nasty bitch, you nothing. Like, the more you think like that, that is what gets you harder. You know what I'm saying? Like that, the more you disrespect the other person in your mind, that gets you off in the mind of a man. So to go against that by bringing in that emotional care, it makes your dicks off. I'll be honest with you. It kind of, so to get to that equilibrium, it takes a lot of work that a lot of men are not going to be able to do, or not going to be willing to do. Because in order to do that much work, men are only going to be as good as they have to be to get the pussy. And trust me, they don't have to be that good to get it. Because she might want you to do that work, but it's 1,500 other ones that will throw the pussy right at you. You don't need to do that. You know what I'm saying? So that is to have a man that is completely against what is easy and natural to a man. Like, that's why women think about when men first ever start having sex. When they have sex, for the most part, it's just, they don't think about you. It's straight like that. They're not because that's in the man's nature. Total dominance gets us off. Total
disrespect in our mind gets us off. You know, to bring you into this as an actual caring, feeling human being. That's why I do say, like, I can. That's why they can say I love my mom or I love my daughter or something, because when you bring the element of care into the mind of man, it completely extinguishes his sexual fire.
Yep.
It's kind of like why a lot of women will say, you know, I'm a sorority girl. I got all my degrees. I got all this stuff. I'm a beautiful, loyal wife. He can have him a beautiful Delta wife. You know what I'm saying? With that has everything, loyal, everything. And he will have problems getting up, but he can go get a chick at the Red Roof Inn for $25 and knock her out like that. You know what I'm saying? It really does affect you.
That's what I was trying to tell them. I try to tell them this all the time. And so this is one of the reasons why I do, because women are a resource to men, and men have a bunch of needs that they have to get met, and they're rotating and every man has needs, but the priority and the list of them vary so he might need a house, he might just need an accessory, but they both need sex because they're both males. But they're not just moving for sex, they're moving for a bunch of other reasons too. So right. A male may get with a woman because she provides a bunch of his other scarcity needs. She got a place to stay, he can eat at her house, it's clean and all of that. So but she becomes a mother to him like that, and that turns him off. So he'll go and continue to chase a chick that he can't reach, or that appeals to him sexually, but he don't know nothing about her, so that he could keep that fire up there like that and continue to. So he'll get multiple women to fulfill multiple needs, right? So that's how males move, but women don't understand that. So what I try to tell women is this: if you want a man, this is what you want. You want a dominating person that's going to dismiss your feelings. You want that. You want the chaos. You want the resistance. You do not want flow. If you want a spiritually, mentally, and emotionally connected relationship, girl, you're going to have to get you a woman, because what you're asking for is a man to embody the characteristics of a woman. You want a woman in a male vessel. That's what you want.
It's a heterosexual woman and a heterosexual man are, like I said, like I was talking about before in our was in the green room. For every action, there's an equal but opposite reaction. You have light and dark. You have cold and hot. You have push and pull, yin and yang. The feminine and the masculine, the heterosexual man and heterosexual woman, are the complete equal but opposite points. They are there because when they come together, they create balance, which can create new life. But in the intermediary, you have, all of our, the LGBT and all that other stuff that goes down that spectrum. But what they don't understand is they are in two different. They could not be more opposite of each other. A heterosexual man and a heterosexual woman could not be more opposite from. There is nothing further from each other than those 2 points.
Exactly.
So, as far as what you need, as far as how your brain works, as far as everything, the way you process it, that's why the dysfunctions are what they are. You're dealing with your complete opposite point. So I think people need to realize that first, and you will understand like how much work it really takes to kind of come to a middle ground.
Exactly. And so what I try to tell them, so what you're really describing when you say that, you're describing sexual conflict, which is a biologically wired inverse relationship between males and females. It literally is a V, okay? And so in order to sustain a heterosexual relationship, they both have to go totally against their nature. And when you
it's hard. It's
yes.
For a man to go the emotional route, like you were just describing with a woman, the things that a woman needs, that emotion, that is soft dick 100%. I'm telling you, it is soft dick. It makes the thought
of doing all of that, of having that love and that care and all that stuff that you were referring to. Because in the nature, what gets you is just total dominance, conquering, degrading. That's what gets you. But women don't get off, like nothing close to that gets them off. You know what I'm saying? Nothing close to y'all's core is the caring, and like that is the furthest thing that I'm telling you that it is hard. Y'all don't really. I think that a lot of women just don't understand that even if a man tries to, it is extremely hard to do that. It's a lot of work for him. Like even the men that will try, that is a big order to fill. Think about this.
Mm-hmm.
You can have a man, and then you have a man, and then you add in that love for you, that care for you, that respect for you, all of those things. What has happened? His sexual desire for has completely gone, aka the gay man. The gay man loves you, cares for you, protects you, values you, but he has no sexual desire for you. But the heterosexual man, who he has the sexual desire for you, but those elements of care, feeling, all that emotional part is gone. And that kind of like will show you to a man like what those things do. It literally, when you add emotions for another person, it extinguishes that man's sexual fire. Because on the flip side, gay men treat their gay partners no different than heterosexual men treat women. It's the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Like they treat them with the same exact vitriol. But if they were to add that love and that care for them, then so many fall apart. That's why it's so many gay dudes that are still single, because you still have to work on coming to that balance of I need to be able to be emotionally connected with this person and still try and get that dominant. You know what I'm saying? Like, because once you start getting emotional for somebody, you lose it. It's like, oh shit, now I don't want to. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so for a man to add emotional aspect to that, is men are going to need to actively want to change.
Yeah, and that's not happening, which I keep trying to tell women, because all the stuff that you just mentioned, now that's just dealing with sex and care. I try to tell women, for a man, that's all of the work that men have to do just to, first of all, testosterone by itself causes men to have a bunch of crazy ass thoughts that don't even go through women's head. And by integrating them into society, basically trying to domesticate men are forced to try to control the effects of testosterone, which is a lot of damn work in and of itself. Then they have to try to meet society's expectations, which is something else, because everything that society tells men that they have to be, it's literally against the male's nature, right? Mm-hmm. You're telling him that he has to be emotionally inexpressive, emotionally stoic, and act like he don't have no feelings, to appear that he's this strong person, and if he doesn't, then he's weak and all of that. And men have fragile egos. So when you put all this pressure on them, make them control their sex urges, then they're without sex, because sex is a primary male need that is going unmet for a lot of them. So they having to do this, and then you keep women totally out of the knowledge of males' deficiencies. And so since women don't know how deficient and fragile men are on so many levels, the woman is expecting him to do things that are totally against his nature, adding additional pressure onto him. And so because they got all this pressure, men are literally crumbling. They're getting violent because of this, because men are emotionally reactive. They are not emotionally expressive. A lot of men have deficits and deficiencies that nobody is really focusing on and letting the other party know about.
100% agree. 100% agree. 100% agree. Like, the male, when you said the male ego is fragile, it is extremely fragile. That is why, like, when men say, when they're so against, like, the black woman's back talk and all that other stuff, that is because that certain words let me tell y'all something about dicks. Certain words, if you cut hard enough, you will feel your dick shrivel up. You know what I'm saying? Like you will feel like it hurts you to the core of your body to where your dick will start. Like it's like that. It affects you like that. So once a man has felt that from a woman, he'll never be able to be that she wants. You know what I'm saying? Like he'll never be able to be that for her ever again. And that's why they always say, like, oh, the black woman emasculate. Because technically, I'm like, how can a woman emasculate? It don't make sense you a man. But I think that's what they mean when they say emasculate. Because it's like, once you feel, I think what they mean when they say emasculate is like, she's taking my sexual desire, she's taking my fire for her away from me. You know what I'm saying? Because that can be done. A woman can take your fire. You know what I'm saying? It absolutely can. And it's like the emotional aspect, men are only taught from birth that the only emotions that are acceptable to show are anger and rage.
Yep.
Not knowing that anger and rage are still emotions. So they think we're conditioned to believe that anger and rage are forms of power, but they're just emotions. So you have these dudes that think that they're asserting dominance and showing strength by bucking up and beating their chest, but you're just being emotional. You're having an emotional breakdown. You're just an emotional bitch at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is an emotion. That is not a sign of power. Power is strategy. It's tact. It is. That's power. When you can show strategy, when you can control your emotions, when you can control the way somebody else reacts, that's power. But we're taught that beating, like that bucking up, you're not gonna do nothing, you're not gonna stand up to them. But really, you just want this man to react, and that's not being a man. That's not a sign of strength. You know what I'm saying? So that the emotional deficiencies of men are completely in the garbage. Like, most men don't get any avenue, any way of developing their emotions at all, ever. Like, a lot of women think that male friendships, like these men are, they're emotionally, they love their friends and they're only physically attracted to women. Y'all don't really know what men do when they hang out. They're not really having these, oh my God, emotional bond, powwow moments. That's not what's happening. It's very surface level. It's very, it's numb. You know, drinking, smoking, chilling. It's numb. Men are not like going to the emotional depths with other men. They don't have that ability to do that at all. Ask your man when was the last time he cried. Ask him when the last time he cried, and he's gonna say a long time. Like, and I guarantee that's not the last time he needed to cry, but that's the last time he actually cried. You know, like, emotions are energy and motion, and men are taught to block that. We're told to not let that flow. And that's why so many men don't have, it's like, y'all need emotional stability and intelligence. And that is a need that y'all have in order for a relationship to be successful. And I'm telling you that for men, 95%, it is at below remedial level. It is literally below remedial level. Most men cannot even recognize the emotion that they feel. They cannot even tell you what it is.
Ooh, I was just about to say that. They do not only do they can't tell you how they feel in their own body, which is how women end up adding so much additional pressure, because women have these issues and they want men to connect emotionally with you, and girl, you don't even realize this man don't even know how he feel and cannot express it, because they have, a lot of men are affected with a deficit or a disorder called alexithymia, where they don't have an emotional vocabulary. You don't even know this as a woman, right? Not only that, there is an issue with men not even being able to decode what a facial expression is. A lot of men can't even tell if you're mad or sad by looking at your face, right?
Absolutely.
So, go ahead.
For a man, a lot of men even will confuse the emotion. They'll think that what they feel is love, but it's not love. It's actually, you're feeling territorial. That's not love. Exactly. You're feeling possessive. You're feeling
You know, but that's not love. A lot of men's definition of love is not actually love, and not only that, because of men are, I don't know how it's like it, but men are taught as little kids that it's actually cool to be dumb. I don't know how that toxic thing got into the community, but it's actually cool to be dumb, to be the dummy. So you don't develop the vocabulary. You can't even, not only do you not recognize what you feel, you don't even have the words. You don't even know what the words are. You cannot even speak the language to even say it out of your own mouth. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of men, if you ask them to write down every emotion, they could list, it's probably gonna be 5 words: happy, sad, angry, you know what I'm saying? Mad, and something like that. But they don't know melancholy. They don't know despair. They don't know, you know,
Irritable, or they don't know,
exactly. They're
annoyed, right?
territorial. These are all emotions. Emotions is a huge. The emotional range is huge. Like, ask a man when was the last time he felt melancholic. He's not gonna know what that word means. You know what I'm saying? Like, and he's not gonna be able to say, "Oh, it was this time." You know, but that's an emotion. When was the last time you felt despair? When was the last time you felt hopeless? When was the last time you felt insecure? When these are emotions.
Right. Yeah, and they just don't know. So the reason why you'll have a Kevin Samuels telling women that their expectations are too high is not that he was lying. He just didn't tell women the real reason why their expectations were too high. Your expectations are too high because you're expecting men to do shit that they are totally incapable of doing. And the men that you see are total exceptions to the rule. And even if you see them with money, it's not because a lot of them did anything extraordinary to get it. A lot of these dudes was put in positions, they got lucky, like the people in the music industry and everything. Some people, they're not doing the things that are required to go against nature to actually become an exceptional person, right? Some of these dudes get in the music industry and just bending over, and they so damn scared that they motherfucking business gonna be put out in the street that they just go ahead and sign a fucked up contract, and now it look like they a high value man, but they're not. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem in our community in general. We put people's we place a worthiness on their monetary value. Like, we will literally put people in positions, in leadership positions, just because they're rich. Like, we will have people on panels speaking that, like, T.I. was on a panel discussing black issues. He's not qualified to speak on it, but just because he's rich, we will elevate these people just because they're rich. No, like, and I think that's a big issue. Like, we like you just said, the people who will, you know, have entertainment, they look at these men as the exception, but even these men are not the exceptions, because this man did not use his intellect or his emotional intelligence to gain his wealth. He gained his wealth by using his athleticism, his whatever. So you cannot say that this is a high value man, and you define a high value man as being emotionally intelligent, when this man did not use emotional intelligence to get where he is.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
and
you can't say somebody who got a high jump, who can shoot a 3-pointer, is a high value man, and you think a high value man has got emotional intelligence. He didn't use any emotion to do that.
Exactly. Fact of the matter. And so women are out here looking for leaders. Oh, a man's supposed to be a leader. See, this coulda, shoulda, woulda, supposed to be is the reason why y'all fucked up now. Okay? Because instead of just accepting shit for what it is, you want it to supposed to be something. Wrong. It is what it is. And so you say men are supposed to be leaders. Why do you think that? You can't even tell me what the characteristics of a leader is for you to even say what a man's supposed to be. Because if you go and understand leadership, you will realize that all of the traits of leadership integrate the feminine counterpart, and they are all feminine traits. Sympathy and understanding, self-control, sacrifice, selflessness. These are all fucking feminine characteristics, and the male is incapable of integrating them because he has so many damn biological impediments that the damn mountain is so big that he ain't even interested in doing it, because really his only desire is sex. And if he can get sex with no reward, what the fuck is he gonna climb this heavy ass tough ass mountain for to acquire all of this with no quote unquote extra reward, because men are transactional. I'm not doing nothing unless I'm getting something out of it. And if the thing that I want that I can get without having to do no work, I'm not doing all that other shit.
Absolutely. It's like when you said the men, like when you said Kevin Samuels has said that women's expectations are too high, and that's because that goes back to that delusion. It's because women honestly truly believe that men are greater than what they are.
Yep.
As a man, I'm saying that, and women have to have that delusion in there. You know what I'm saying? Like that really affects a lot of the things. You know what I'm saying? Like you have these ideas that men are this archetype, this dream of what you have in your head that a real man is, and that's not most men. It's like that delusion it fuels a lot of things. So then you said so men are like transactional. That is
Yes.
true. Like men are only going to be as good as they have to be to get the vagina. That's just a fact. And if since the beginning of time, like think about it, you have guys who in middle school they got it just because they was a man. All they have to do is just be a heterosexual man. Especially in our community, being a heterosexual man was pretty much all you had to do to be considered a real man. Like you could have a gay man who it doesn't matter. Like y'all like he can go to school, he can get money, he can get all these other things, but you will still elevate the heterosexual man above all of the accolades of the gay man just because he's heterosexual. So that was literally the only factor that it took to be considered a real man in the black community. So you have put them on a pedestal for literally all they got to do is show up and just be a straight man. So in middle school, they got the pussy, they're a straight man. High school, got it. College, got it. They watched as y'all fought each other over them. They were able to physically abuse you, mentally abuse you, financially abuse you, psychologically abuse you, and you still fought to be with them. They would cheat on you and you would fight the other girl. You lied during sex and fake orgasms to tell them how amazing they are. So literally, y'all have done these things since the beginning of time and told men that men were amazing just for showing up. Now y'all went to this Ayala retreat, and now all of a sudden y'all are coming into y'all emotions, and y'all now have all these standards. Yes, there's going to be pushback because you expect them to. You just found out your worth after 35 years of life. You want this man to change what has worked for him for the last 35 years? All of these doing shit has worked. Doing nothing has worked. Men are only going to be as good as they got to be to get the box, and it has worked. If you trying to rewrite the whole book just because you got smart, y'all don't understand what y'all asking for. Like, you got smart. What the fuck that got to do with me? Mm-hmm. That's what's going on in a man's mind. You chose to go get smart. That ain't got shit to do with me. I ain't changing shit. That's what a man is saying.
Absolutely. Now, Chad, are you in the LGBT community?
Oh yeah, I'm gay.
Okay.
I understand both.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. Tell me how it is for these guys, because I have a book called 41 Shades of Men that I wrote. And basically, this book is saying that men are not capable of love. So since they ain't capable of love and they're pursuing you, you need to know the reason that they're pursuing you, because there is a reason. And there's 41 different reasons that a man is pursuing you, and love ain't one of them. So now what the question is, what is he pursuing you for? And so one of the men that I have in there is the DL man, the down low man. And this is a guy who likes being with men. He's attracted to men but
Yep, he gay.
he uses women as a cover. So the better that the woman look, the more beautiful she is, the more of a valuable decoy she is, because ain't no way in hell that you rolling with this bad motherfucker and that nigga gay, cause all the niggas want to hit her. So ain't no way he gay. Nobody's gonna believe that he's gay if he rolling with a bad bitch. Do you see that as a gay man? Can you tell us about how that works?
Yeah, so basically the DL man is not like some psychological phenomenon, or that is just a gay man. He's all a DL man is, he's just a liar. That's it.
Yeah.
He's a gay man that lies about being straight, or he's a bisexual man that lies about being straight. But either way, he's just a gay or a bisexual man that lies about being straight. But yes, absolutely. If he has the because women have value. Period. Women have value. Period. Like so to a man that's doing that, that's living that down low lifestyle, still messing with women, which is why a sidebar on this down low, and this is why I don't know who told women that if a man treats you badly, that means that he is gay or he's DL. That's not true. DL men treat their women extremely well usually. They just don't fuck them, and they treat them well because they know that I need you here because you have value in my life. They do everything. They provide, they protect, they do everything. They just don't have sex with them. And after a while, a woman can't take that. You know what I'm saying? Or if she don't want to have sex with him. You know what I'm saying? But he provides for her because he needs her there. That's his Barbie doll. That's his. She has to be bad because she provides a value to me. Like he sees her and all. He might even love her. Like he just has no sexual desire for her, but he sees the value that she adds to his life. With her being in his life, he is allowed to navigate straight spaces without having to go through the persecution that openly gay people have to go through.
Hold on, I gotta hold on, hold that thought. I gotta
Yep.
do my sponsorship real
Yep.
quick. Okay, all right. All right, now I done told you too many times before that if you still fucking these dudes, you need to wash your shit real good. And the best product that you can get is this Kitty Cartel stuff. And I keep telling you, one of my favorite Kitty Cartel products is this kitty cake. I keep telling you, now you can turn that little kitty, right, from bland. You can turn it from being bland to being a straight up cake. Now make sure you go ahead and get you some of that kitty cake now. All right. Now let me bring Chad back into the screen, baby.
But yeah, so the DL man, he sees value in her and he needs her there because this is why I'm like most women say that they could have never met a DL man. Most DL men treat their women extremely well because he needs her there, the value that she adds in his life to be able, because we still live in a heteronormative world. Sometimes you need a woman there, like for example, I'm in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
I was at a client's home a few weeks ago. I was knocking it out the park. It was great. You know what I'm saying? We were about to close a real good deal. They're older white couple. They said, "Oh, you're such a great man. Are you engaged? I know there's a woman in your life." Like that right there. Are you engaged? Like being straight has value in this society. I just lied and said, "Yeah, you know, blah blah blah," and I just glazed it over. Normally, I don't lie, but that's something that when you're sitting once you get a certain age and you do not have a wife, your value as a man will become lower. You cannot get into high powered positions without. That's why all these dudes talking about some not they against me. I'm like, y'all don't know what stability or money or anything is. They have no idea what nothing is. Like, I'm like, where have y'all been? Who have y'all been? You cannot sit at no table without a wife. What are you talking about? You 50 and you're gonna think you're gonna sit at some board? It doesn't. You will never get elected. You will never become anything without having that. You have to have that. So the DL man knows this, And he knows that the way that he can mitigate being an actual gay man or a bisexual man, most of the time they're just gay, is if I provide for this woman and do everything that I am supposed to do and look good on the outside and have her set up in a life, maybe she will be okay with going down this road with me because I need her to get to where I am going. Mm-hmm. It is literally, the DL man is the man who sees the true value in her, and he wants to use it to his benefit. Like, it's all selfishly motivated because he feels that he should be exempt from going down the road that a gay or a bisexual, that an openly gay man has to go down. The challenges that an openly gay man has to face. Mm-hmm. He doesn't want to do that. He wants to bypass all of that. He wants to, use heterosexual privilege in his heterosexual society. He wants to be able to, if he's running for election, if you have a wife on your shoulder, that increases your chances of election. If you want to be in the good old boys club, you must have a wife. If you can't be 40, 50 years old with no wife and a bunch of kids, like, it doesn't work like that. You're not going to get to where you need to be, So it's just a man that he's number one, he's afraid of a lot of stuff, but he's a man who's just he wants to use the value of a woman he just wants to capitalize off the value of a woman.
Exactly.
So women, he's just using women for, he's just using you at the end of the day. But a lot of women, if they have a man who's doing all of these things, because I actually have seen it. I see it. Like, and I'm like, there's no way that these women don't know that these men are gay. This man is gay. Like, there's no way. I've never met, that these dudes are gay.
No, Chad, because see, you just told me that you thought these women knew better when you did that video, that your first video, and then you looked in the comment section and you saw all this and you were surprised that they really didn't know.
No, that's different. I understand they didn't know the actual psychology of a man, but we are part of a race. Our entire race is just centered around homophobia and misogyny. That really is the basis of the entire culture. And you cannot tell me that this man who has been called a sissy punk fan, all these things, when he was 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old, when he's called these things now. Your girlfriends have probably called him these things. You cannot tell me that you don't see something, that these people see something that you don't see. Like,
well,
remember, that man is gay.
No, because remember, women have programmed themselves to be blind. Love is blind, right?
Absolutely right.
So
that
they
is a
really
superpower that they have.
They really can't see a lot of stuff because, Chad, I'm telling you, the stuff that I have taught these women, they was fighting me for a long time, and I just put their ass in submission. They've been kicking and screaming, and now they done lost the fight. They done lost the fight, and I didn't. Chad, I'm telling you, back in 2016, because I date women now, right? But there was a period where I wasn't, where I was just dating men, right? And I never had a desire for women. So, but around 2016, I started researching the LGBT, not the female side, the male side, these gay dudes. So, at that time, it was still a lot of them, being real raw on YouTube. So I remember one, I don't know who it was, but it was a group of dudes from Atlanta, and they were sitting up here trying to teach men who were bi-curious and how to wash their ass, because they called it painting, and don't nobody want to paint, right? And so they telling them how to literally wash the crack of their ass if they wanted to get penetrated. Then I pulled up I used to follow this dude, Markeith Rivers. He was the DL detective, right? You remember that? Yeah. Then he was exposing everybody. Then I went and downloaded one of these apps, and I made an account on there and just started talking. And there was so many undercover dudes on there. It was ridiculous, right? And so I came back out and I told women, I say, look, y'all don't really know what's going on out here. The people that you think is straight, They not. I say y'all need to download this app and see who in your area, see if your husband, your boyfriend, somebody on there, cause you don't know what the fuck these niggas doing.
Trust me,
So
they know. Like women just see this. So let's say, for example, if a woman is with a man and a man don't respond to her, a woman will think it's her fault. A man will never think it's his fault. He gonna blame her.
right.
That's the difference. Even little stuff like that. A woman, the man don't respond to you. It could be it's his fault because he's gay. But no, she thinks it's something wrong with her.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. A man never thinks that it's his fault. You know, it's little. It's at the root of it. Women internalize. It's like they. It's like they can't blame men for anything. It's never the man's fault. Like it's always. It's why would you think that his thing not working is your fault? But they do. They think, oh, is there something wrong with me? And it's like it's little stuff like that. Like
Yeah.
if this, like I talk to my straight friends. We be talking about this all the time. Like a gay dude, a dude who's the only way that he's even getting away with is because he tricking the system with, you know, Viagra's and all this other stuff and enhancements and it. But that only works for so long because then your heart go out like Kevin Samuels. That's how he went out. Like
Yeah.
you've been taking Viagra since 1998 and dick pills since 1998. Your heart, that shit is hard on your heart. A lot of these, that's how they go out. Literally, they go out by heart attacks. Literally,
Right.
They be in shape, all that other stuff. A lot of dudes be in the casket sharp, body tight, LA Fitness, all that stuff, and they have a heart attack. They go out because they've been taking too many of them pills for too long. Literally, that's what y'all don't understand. Like this, it's like if a man needs to pop a blue pill every single time, that's probably a telltale sign because a man is going. A straight man is gonna love that moonshine. You know what I'm saying? It's just part of him. I talk to him. This is that part of it. But if you got a man who just he ain't never been, you know what I'm saying? Like he ain't never been. Oh, I want that. None of that. You know, you kind of know her. Like, but women will take that side and flip it onto them. Well, maybe it's me. Maybe he don't love the moonshine because it's me. No, he don't love the moonshine because he don't like it.
He don't like right. And I try to tell chicks that listen, a gay man will marry you for cover, right? Period. And
especially if he's from the South where he's from the church.
Exactly. And here's the thing. A gay man will be with you. He might not have sex with you, but every now and then you might get him to have sex with you. In order for this dude to get hard, he literally has to stimulate himself with the thought of a man or something. It's not you. He has to.
They're taking Viagra. They take like all of this honeys and all. This is all new to y'all. This is a dude. Right. He's been doing this since the 90s. You know what I'm saying? Like he's taking Viagra. He's taking something like that to stimulate him up, and he stimulates himself mentally. He's gonna get hard before he even touch you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like he really gonna be the type to where, okay, I'm hard now. Let me put it in. It's gonna be like that. It's not gonna be like, oh, he got hard from eating a mooch. Like that's not it. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna be. You're gonna be able to tell that there's something that's not right. You know, with this guy, and that's why I tell him like, you can. If a dude has been like them dudes be in the church, them church queens, them a lot of dudes from the South, it literally is from, it's ingrained in them where they think that, like, because I don't agree. I think at the root of it, I think that you just weak because at the end of the day, you are scared to say who you really are. It's like you feel like you need to, you know what I'm saying? It's like why do you think that you can't just say who you are? You are so scared to just say it. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, but it's like they feel that they have to, like it's not an option for them. Like it's so their psychology is so messed up to where it's so literally they are that group that they are psychologically damaged. You have a psychologically damaged man. These are the same men who are so psychologically damaged to where they have constant feeling of inferiority. This is why I have a disdain for them because they make it harder for like me. Like how like if like when some straight dude step to me I literally be looking at like, niggas, you fucking crazy. Who the fuck is you talking to? Because in their minds, they think that just because they're straight that they're above. You know what I'm saying? And like, that works on them. That shit don't work on me. Like, because they think that they're no matter what. Because they're gay, they're always going to be worth less. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But that's because that's how they were raised. I wasn't raised like that. I'm not from the church. Like, my parents were educated. That's not my thing. Sorry.
Right.
I never was taught that. You know what I'm saying? I never felt like I was less just because I was gay. But these men feel like they are less. These are the same men who have a mansion, they have a BMW, they have a degree, they make a 6-figure job, but they feel insecure in a barber. As soon as they walk into the barbershop, they get anxiety because that environment, that heterosexual, heteronormative environment, has them shaking in their boots. They honestly, you're gonna notice this man. There's gonna be several cues that there's something that's off about this man. He's not going to truly value male companionship like that.
Right.
He's not going to value heteronormative male companionship. Something's going to be off about him. Like, you're going to know.
Right. And you know, it's funny you say that because I had a psychotherapist come on my show a week ago or a week and a half ago. And can I fix this? Okay. Yeah, I had a psychotherapist come on my show a week and a half ago, and you just said something that he said as well. You just said that those groups of guys have a lot of fear and they scared, right? Especially when they walk into. So he said something very similar about just men in general. He said underneath the male skull is very scared brains dealing with men. Yeah. And so women do not understand the fear that men have. So when you have the world being run by ego, fear, and power, you have a dysfunctional world that you live in. Absolutely. Because this is the male default. And asking a male to live from a place of a feminine of the feminine is asking them to do something that they're virtually incapable of doing. Right, which Absolutely. Creates all your problems on the planet.
Absolutely. So if you look at the way a lot of men today are raised, a lot of especially black men, they're raised by a single mother. So you have the man who's raised by a single mother, and if that mother has that, if she's been broken down to where she feels like she has to have a man there, she will sometimes have a man that doesn't need to be in that position. You know what I'm saying? Like he will be an inadequate man. And when that little boy sees that inadequate man and he sees his mother putting up with that disrespect, he will lose respect for his mother, which will translate into, he will still love his mother, he will always love his mother. He will lose respect for his mother, which translates into the way that he treats other women, the way he views other black women. Well, that man that's there, or that man that's not there, well, if there's a man there that's not his dad, that man is teaching him how to treat himself. He doesn't respect that man. But if he sees that man treating women like, oh, I could cheat on all these bitches, they don't mean nothing. I'll come in how I want to. That's how he's going to treat himself. And if there's no man there at all, he's going to look to other men in his neighborhood, in his community. Because this is the thing, like, women are like, oh, well, you know, the woman stayed and all this other stuff. Yeah, but your son don't want to be you. He wants to be a man. So right. If there's no man there, he's going to look to other men in his neighborhood, in his community, in his environment, in the media. He will look to them to emulate. And if all the men in his area are deficient, he's going to emulate a deficient man, and that is what he's going to become. There's nothing that you can.
Exactly.
It's very rare that you can overcome that. It's very rare that you can overcome that.
So what I want you to tell me if I'm correct in this, because this is a part of my teachings to women. Mm-hmm. Men don't actually have their own identity. They literally pull from other places. But most importantly, they mirror. So when a man gets a woman, he literally gets a mirror of himself. Men see women through the lens of a mirror. So when he changes internally, the woman that he gets also changes, right? Because she's a mirror. So he's not really drawing from his own authenticity. A lot of times these males are pulling from other people's personalities and not so much
True.
of their own. Yes.
True. Most men don't have the balls to. So many problems, not all, but so many problems would be solved if men had the balls to just love who they lusted. The problem is men don't have the balls to love who they lust. So they marry who they must, and they love who they, and they truly deep down will love who they lust after. So it's like they could really love this gutter snipe. They really love her, but I can't take her around my boys. I can't take her on, but that's who really got their heart. But because they don't have the balls to love who they lust and just be with her and not care what people think, they will go get an upstanding woman, because that's the woman that I need to impress my boys around. This is the woman I have to show off. You know what I'm saying? This is the one I could be proud of. But they never truly love her like that. That's why they would cheat. That's why you always say, "Oh, he would cheat on a good woman with the gutter snipe." Yeah, because deep down he really loved that gutter snipe. He really do. But he can't take her around. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if men had the balls to just love who they lusted and not care what other men thought, because most of the things that men say that they want, they will, even if they get that, they will still cheat on. You have to really not listen to necessarily the words of a man, because like you said, it's all influence. Look at who he cheats on. Look at who he cheats with. That's what he really wants. The person that you are willing to lose everything for, that is what you really want. If you know that I have a wife or I have a girl and she could leave me, she could take the kids, she could take my money, she could take all this, and I still cheat, I really want that. That's what I really want.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they don't. That's what I don't think a lot of people see. Like, men, I think a lot of men overall are lost completely. They even when y'all say that men value other men emotionally, they really don't. They really don't.
Facts.
Because y'all say that men unalive, black men unalive black women every 5.5 hours and all of, but the only group that they unalive more than black women is another black man. The only life that they value less than the black woman is the black man. So it's not like black men. It's not like black men value themselves less than they value you. It's like black men don't see value in themselves at all. And even with the friendships, like, they're turning on each other all the time. They are unaliving their boys over girls that they wouldn't even marry. You know what I'm saying? It's like as soon as their boy get sentenced or their boy dies, they trying to holler at the girl at the funeral. You know what I'm saying? It's like y'all. There's so much going on from the inside of this house that y'all don't understand that as bad as y'all have it, y'all don't have it the worst. Black men treat other men worse than they treat you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't know what happened to him.
Hold on. Wait. Yeah, I see you. Oh, I hear you. Hold on.
Okay.
I had a phone call come in. I was fucking it up. Hold on.
Okay.
Can you see me?
Yeah,
Hold on, wait. You can see me?
I can see you.
Oh, shit. Okay, well, I can't see myself. Hold on. Let me flip this. I don't know. Maybe it'll come back. But yeah, like, it's a lot going on with just black men. Most black men don't even know who they are. So it's like, how can I learn you when I don't even know myself? How can I address your needs when your needs require words that I don't have? How can I be emotionally intelligent when I cannot recognize those emotions even when you're showing them to me? You know what I'm saying? It's like so I've other friends, like I have these conversations all the time with a lot of my friends and stuff like that, and I try and help dudes become more emotionally intelligent. One of my friends, he was finally able to tell me, like, when he tries to do it, he doesn't have the words. He will draw blanks, and when he's trying to get the words out, his girl will interrupt him, and that frustrates him. You know what I'm saying? Like he doesn't have. He says, "Chad, I move slow when I'm trying to get stuff out, and she don't get that, and it's like she'll try and finish my sentence, or she'll cut me off, and it's little stuff like that you don't even know that's happening, but
Right.
they end up shutting down because there's nothing there. You know what I'm saying? And it's
Right.
like even when they try, they don't have the tools to move forward. So it's easier just to shut down and to self-medicate and numb. And I'm gonna drink it, I'm gonna smoke, and I'm gonna become sexually deviant, and I'm gonna do all these things because I just need to be numb. Black men know what y'all are saying. They know what the world is saying. They hear everything, but it's like they drive themselves into a world of delusion too. They have to be delusional to get through. You know what I'm saying? It's like they have to be delusional just to even be able
Exist.
to, yeah,
Exist.
yeah,
Because here's the thing, the truth does not support male nature, right? And this is the reason why you have to create a delusional world like the Matrix. The Matrix is literally a land of delusion, and there is no perfect world for the male. He gets fucked no matter what system you put him in. If you leave him in untouched nature, the majority of males would not make it. So you
right,
put them in something like this, it extends their life, but it puts them in a real fucked up position where they have these responsibilities that are not natural to them, and they have all of these added challenges that they wouldn't have in a natural environment. So,
yeah. That's because when you look at just survival of the fittest, men are not all men are not designed to live. All bloodlines are not designed to continue on. Only if we look at just at the nature, at the carnal core of it, only the strongest and fittest of the men are designed to continue. So when you have a bunch of men that can't compete, they're going to feel so many of the pressures and the challenges, and you know what I'm saying. That's what's going to be there because unfit men are not designed to be. You know, they're not designed for their bloodline to continue. If we were to go back to the nature carnal
right.
core,
And that's just the real thing. And so,
yeah,
okay, right. No, and that's the real thing. So, because of these pressures, men have to live in a land of delusion just to cope with the reality. Because if you tell them the truth, they see it. They know that's what it is, but they
yeah,
need the women to lie to them. And
absolutely,
this is the reason why gold diggers and escorts, they make it so well, because they are expert liars. They are expert fantasy sellers, right? And the woman that
right,
they live with, the woman that they marry, takes this fantasy away because she continues to remind him of the reality of actual responsibility and all of that, and he does not want that.
yep, yep. Like deep down, a man's fire is based. It is rooted in I don't want to say dominance, but you have to feel like you have a sense of control in something. It's rooted in control.
Right.
It's rooted in dominance. I just don't want to use that word. The word is overused right now, but control basically. Like, so if you don't make more money than her, if you're not smarter than her, if she's if you can't, if you don't please her all the way around, like you are going to feel. That's why they say men need to feel needed, because when a man feels needed, that's a form of control. They have to have something there that's a constant, and without that, then
it's a hit to the ego. It's like you can't, it's everything's not about sex, but literally y'all don't understand. Like, dicks is a motherfucker. Like, it really, the shit, the way your dick reacts. It's kind of like, it's kind of like when a dog's tail is wagging, like, because that dog is just happy, and the dog can't control it. It just literally your emotion, your dick moves throughout the day depending on your emotion. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, if you get something that just hits you in the heart real bad, you will feel it in your dick. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you feel like you the man, you feel it in your dick too. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of like that, and it's like when you feel like nothing. That's gonna be he's gonna need to do something to make him, you know what I'm saying, to make him. That's why I don't advise women to date, to be in relationships with unfit men, because if he feels like he has no sense of control and y'all are arguing, he will escalate that argument to be in control. And if you escalate with him, it will keep going up and up and up, because he will not let you win that argument. And if you keep escalating, it will not end until he kills you. That's what's gonna happen, because he has. That's the only thing that he has. And if you do not just, you don't have to. I would never tell a woman to just shut up, stop talking. But you have to realize what you are facing. You are facing a man that feels like he has no control at all. And if you continue to escalate, he will always go up to the point where that verbal altercation, the thing in Chicago, I can tell that was a broke man. That was a broken man. That was a broke man. That was a inadequate man. And he had nothing. And he could not lose that argument, as petty as it is. He had to win. And he escalated that to a physical altercation, because in his mind, that's all that he has. And that's what happens. These men will escalate that argument until and that's why they say, "Oh, I blacked out. I didn't know what happened." They lose. They end up losing control of themselves, because that, like, it's the worst thing a woman can do is argue with a broke man. You are literally gambling with your life if you are going toe to toe arguing with a broke man. You don't ever do that. Don't ever do that. Trust me, don't ever do that. It's the worst thing you could ever do.
And that's what I try to tell them. Stop trying to save these men from themselves. You ain't nothing you can do for them, right? Because you have to realize the added pressures on these men's fragile egos that they cannot sustain, and you need to understand what testosterone does to the brain. So when you continue to escalate or raise the levels of testosterone in a man, testosterone and anger go hand in hand. It's like a ticking time bomb.
100%. It
Ticking
makes
time
you
bomb.
feel good. Like, anger feels like, I won't say anger feels good, but it's like, it is. It's like, yeah, it awakens that animalistic carnal side. Like, that's when they say, like, that super strength comes out, that I'm ready to fight. It comes out. Like, don't ever do that.
And then what happens is testosterone cuts off the brain area, the center that's supposed to control impulse. And that's your orbital frontal cortex. Testosterone will cut that off. And this is what makes a man black out. And he literally won't know what the fuck happened after he done popped you in your mouth. And so cortisol, which is a stress hormone, is what acts to antagonize that. Men like stressful environments, which is the reason why chimpanzees function in environments that are more scarce in food resources. When areas are more scarce, males thrive. Males like chaos and dysfunction biologically. They thrive in it.
I agree.
Yeah, I keep telling women there is an inverse relationship between men and women, and what you're wanting men to be is you're literally wanting men to be women. So once I keep educating you on this shit, and you still talk about you want some dick, it all boils down to you cutting yourself down out of divinity and just wanting to be an animal, because that means it ain't even about nothing else but fucking at this point. And when you're fucking these dudes, what is it that you're getting out of it, especially if you know the animalistic thoughts that are going through their head? Since you are a receiver, they're putting all that shit inside of you, right? And birds of a feather flock together, like attracts like. So now I got to ask you, who are you? Because it ain't him no more, because you know who he is and you still want it. So what that say about you?
Yeah, women, like, I don't think women understand that, like, what they're really up against, like, at just the nature side. So it feels like women can lose themselves in a man, as far as like, falling in love for women feels good. It feels good to to let go and just jump out the plane with no parachute. That feels good to y'all. You can feel that. You feel that. It feels good to just throw caution to the wind. But that's dangerous, because to us, what feels good to us is total control. So it feels good for you to let everything go. When you walk in, when you jump out the plane with no parachute on, what do you think about to happen? Or when you walk in the jungle with no weapons, what do you think is about to happen? It feels good. It felt good for you to lay down all your protection. It felt good. It feels good for y'all to let your guard down. And at the base of a man who is not emotionally intelligent, who is not emotionally regulated. This is not all men, but most men are not emotionally regulated. What you're doing that feels good, what feels good to him is the exact thing that can kill you. Like, it's literally, the better you feel is the closer you're walking to danger. Because the better we feel, the more dangerous we are for you. It's like, when somebody's unregulated, they don't know how to. When you become regulated, you can come up with a different source for your fire. Naturally, your fire is powered by dominance and conquering. It really is. Like, I remember, like, I started fucking when I was 12. You know what I'm saying? And I remember the thoughts that was going through my head at 12. But I'm not mentally. I'm mentally, emotionally, mature now and intelligent. So I don't need that dominant thought in order for me to still have a passion and a fire for somebody. But there is still a dominant thought in my head. It's just not total control. Like the. I don't want to sound crazy. Like it's literally like, women, y'all have to understand that. I don't think y'all understand that y'all don't stand a chance. I'm gonna just be honest, because when you think about when a dude is smashing, you are in your head and you telling yourself how much you love him and how much he your everything. When he is smashing you and you telling yourself that, it makes it feel better for you. The more you tell yourself in your head that he is everything and you don't care about nothing else in life but him, the better it feels. That's what I'm saying. You are going into it. It is literally going. That's why it befuddles me when I see women that will blame a young girl for sleeping with a grown, like that little girl. You a grown woman, and you know the way that a man can make you feel. You know that you can be a grown woman with education. There are everyday grown women with education, with money, with jobs, with everything, with intelligence, are losing themselves in no good men. Every day, women, grown women are losing. So you mean to tell me, you know that the way a man can make you feel, you got all of that, and that man can still get in your head. That little girl don't stand a chance.
Thank
She
you.
did not stand a chance against that. And so, you know the way a man can make you feel. You mean to tell me that a 14-year-old girl could take that? Her brain can't take it. That's what y'all don't understand. Like, y'all are conditioned. Your body makes you feel good to let everything go. And y'all are literally, it feels good to walk into the wolves. Then it feels good for you to do that. And literally, that's what I'm saying. I don't think y'all know what y'all really up against, because
Chad, I be
that,
trying to tell them that
like,
that
patriarchy, patriarchy is a system that was created that benefits women zero, but it has existed for hundreds of years. Not only just because of the societal systems that were in play, but women have subscribed to it. It needed women to women have been standing up for a system that benefits them zero because of how men can get into your head. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all are the blueprint. Y'all are, all living humans come from women. XX, y'all are XX, but we are XY. Y'all are the blueprint, but we are the evolution. Y'all need to remember that. Like, it's like, just, I don't know. I think I don't, that's why I don't fault a lot of women. That's why even on my TikTok, I understand women a little bit more. I understand women the most guys, because I understand that a lot of y'all don't, a lot of situations y'all do not stand a chance. You got a young girl and an older man. I know that little girl don't stand a chance. I know that if you have a woman and a man is having sex with her excessively, I know that she does not stand a chance. I know that a woman who falls in love with a man who cannot meet her financially or with resources, I know that she does not stand a chance. She will come out of there and she will take a loss every time. And it's like, how can I blame you? Because I know that you
women
you know
just
what I'm
don't.
saying?
Women really do not understand the effects of seminal fluid. These dudes are not giving them orgasms, but these women are still addicted to them. It's the chemicals that are attacking the women. I keep telling women that that penis is a weapon, right? Penis is a
Oh,
weapon,
absolutely.
and they don't
I did that
understand
when I
that.
was 12.
Yeah. And men use it as a weapon, right? And that
It feels
seminal,
good to.
yeah, they
It feels
do.
good to think that it's a weapon. It feels good to know that it's a weapon. It feels good to know that you knocking them down. Like, that gets you hard.
Yeah, and that's why that let me play this for him. Okay, let me play this for him for a second. Let me let me turn this around for a second so that they can see this. Oh, why did I do that? Why I keep doing that? Oh my God. Let's put it out there again. Let's see. We'll put it right there. This is my rifle, this is my gun. Listen to me. Penis is a weapon, girl. It's a
It
goddamn
really
weapon.
is. It's a weapon. Trust me. I can tell you that. I knew that when I was 12 years old. I know I was 12 years old. I knew it. Like, it felt it. Like, it was like, so for example, like, that's why I'm going to do a post on this, because we always talk about how colorism affects, women primarily in the black community. I don't think y'all know how colorism affects light-skinned straight men. I don't think y'all really know the effects that it has. And I know that it affects them tremendously, because as a gay, dark-skinned man, it affected me in the way I viewed them. I literally viewed them as, like, I was 12 years old, like, I literally, in my head, I literally thought I was like, this is the only reason that's why they was created. I'm just fuck them all. Literally. I was 12, 13 years old. I started fucking when I was 12. Like, by the time I graduated high school at 18, I had felt like 14 of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, trust me, these are the thoughts that go in your head. So I understand, like, like, how, like, light-skinned straight men can feel, like, emasculated by colorism. I understand how they fight all the time. I understand how they constantly have to feel like they have to prove their masculinity. I completely understand that because we're all part of this system that they feel emasculated. Absolutely, because when I was exposed to the same bullshit, in my mind, I thought that they were just something to be conquered. You know what I'm saying? And then like I'm like, you ain't gonna never fuck me. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm knocking all y'all down. Like, and that's the way that straight men feel about women. You know what I'm saying? Like, you do feel like your dick is like, and it feels good though. It feels good to just be like, bitch, I'm fucking you, you nothing. Like you feel that. It feels good. I don't think that a lot of, I don't think that that's said out loud often. You know what I'm saying? Like, you feel like, if honestly, I'm just saying, it feels good to know that you're about to just knock them down. Like, that's why you get some dudes who are, who can't control themselves out there. Like, when they're not emotionally regulated, these are the guys who eventually cross into SA, you know, assault, rape. These are, because they can, it takes an emotional regulation. You have to be able to control that feeling, because if you do not have any other way to, like, become emotionally regulated, if you do not have another way of lighting that fire within you, a man without any discipline, structure, or order, he will become ravenous. He will be. Men need discipline and structure and order. We have to have it. That's why a lot of men end up going to prison and doing the things that they would never do, as far as, like, you got dudes out here who are walking around looking fucking crazy because they think it's gay to do their own hair that grew out of their own fucking head, but will go to prison and have a dude named Big Licorice do it for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, they think it's gay to cook and clean, but go in prison and cook and clean and sweep and all this other stuff. They become domesticated in prison because they don't have structure, any type of order. They need, men need to have structure and order in their lives, and when they operate in chaos, with no structure, no discipline, no order, no nothing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you are in a dangerous position.
So
black women are going to be unalive every 5.5 hours, and a black man every 2.
Now, so here's the thing. I'm glad you said that, because this is where patriarchy comes in to show you how it fucked everybody. Now, when you look at a pyramid, right? I tell people that the further you go up the pyramid, the more constrained it is. It's tighter. So there's tighter controls up there. The reason why the black community is so dysfunctional is because the further you go down the pyramid, there are less controls. The majority of the controls are at the top. See, when you run a business, you have to have a lot of shit in order. You got to have systems, discipline, and all of that. The people at the bottom do not have to have as much discipline as the people at the top. So in a system of patriarchy, you put the natural governor underneath the male. The woman is the male's natural governor, but you put her under his feet. So black men are in this loop of purgatory, because when men get their needs met so easy, it squelches their desire to go any higher. So since he's standing right on top of the resource, which is black women who have been conditioned to uphold their fucked up behaviors, women keep giving these males stuff. They neglect their daughters and they keep feeding the males and supporting them. So it kills the male's ability to grow. And since the white man ain't making him do nothing, he's allowed to run recklessly. So that's why the black man has a problem, because he's not fighting white men. He's not even fighting a black woman. He's fighting his goddamn self. He don't know. He don't know how to control himself, and he don't know how to have no ambition to go higher. It's all him, simply because of the position that he's been placed in patriarchy.
Absolutely. If you can't, if you think about this, if you can't even control your own dick, if you cannot even have sexual discipline over your own dick, you can't even control your sperm. So you got there spreading your seed like chicken feed. How the hell you gonna control and lead a household? Like, literally, like, why? I tell dudes all the time, like, this, the way y'all operate makes no sense whatsoever. You mean to tell me that you have a longer list of requirements for a wife than you do a baby mama? A wife you can divorce. You can pretend like the shit never happened. But a baby mama, you are tied to her for the rest of your fucking life. When that baby is 35 years old and they get married, both of y'all are going to be at their wedding. You are tied to her forever. But you don't care about, you will give that bond to anybody. But a bond that can be undone through a judge in 35 minutes, you got this long laundry list of requirements. It makes no sense. I'm like, y'all, everything y'all are backwards. Every single thing that y'all do is completely backwards. Nothing makes sense. You are tying yourself to a woman for the rest of your life that you do not even know. What are you doing? You can't even control your own fucking sperm. Nobody's telling you that you can't freak. Go ahead, get it. Just don't nut. Like, you can have sex without busting a nut. I'm like, you know that's a possibility, right? It's like, they don't even know that. It's just like, they don't have, it's like, why do you always have to go on level 10 all the time? Not only, you wasn't happy enough because you got it, you had to finish on the inside. Like, you just like, what's going on? You have no discipline to slow yourself. You gotta go on full mode all the time. You can just be like, you know what? Because deep down in the man, the newness is what drives us. The idea of thinking of what that new thing is going to feel like. That is what drives us. Period. That's the fuel of the thought of that new place. I want to go in that new place. That's why it's easy for a dude to hit it once and quit. It ain't got nothing to do. You could have had the best in the world. It don't matter. This one new. I like newness. That's what it is. That's what fuels us. So it's like, once you in there for like few strokes, few minutes, the thrill is gone. The thrill is gone. You finishing all this other stuff just out of pure excess, greed. You're engorging yourself. You're just, you know what I'm saying? It's like you're being, you know what I'm saying? You're being obese. You're just eating too much.
Exactly. You know what? I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that, because I've been telling women that too. Women are like, sex is like food, water, and drinks for males. And so males operate mentally eternally in scarcity mode. So when you give them an influx of abundance that they are not programmed to have, you think that they should, but that program never leaves, because the nature of a male is to compete for sex. So now you just give him a new abundance and he runs through this shit like it ain't no end. So this is the reason that religion was created and the male was given commands. Gluttony is actually about the male. So this is the reason why fat men, why some of the gods are fat, like Buddha, because that's a sign of wealth. A man with a bunch of women and a man with a bunch of food is a sign of wealth, because men live in scarcity. Right? And so that's the reason why they consume and they have no limit on their fucking consumption. They're parasites.
This is why every single empire in history has collapsed due to its own greed. They got too big to sustain themselves. Every empire in history failed. Every empire was run by men, of course, and they all failed because of their own greed. They expanded too far. Even with World War II, Germany owned France. Germany had France. They owned all that shit. They tried to take Russia. Couldn't do it. That's where they failed. They failed at Stalingrad because they tried to take. You became too greedy. Stalin didn't even want to fight them. As a matter of fact, when the Germans attacked the Russians, Stalin had got word that the Germans were coming. He was like, man, they ain't coming. Them motherfuckers. He wasn't even thinking about them. Wasn't at all. He just knew that they wasn't coming to Russia. You know what I'm saying? And they were left. The Russians suffered the most death out of anybody. They were left. They thought they were completely unprepared. And it was because the Germans got greedy. They literally was like, we're going to take over all of Eastern Europe. They had all of Western Europe. They had beat Britain. They beat everybody. It wasn't until we got involved in the war that Russia really amped up stuff, and Russia beat Germany and all this other stuff. But it was like, Germany would have been fine. Germany would have been, everything collapses. Everything has fallen because of the excess of, the economy collapses in the United States because of excess. It's all excess. Everybody has to go get a house. Everybody has to overextend themselves on their credit. Everybody has to get the house and a new car and all this is excess. And it's without control. It collapses everything, and it will collapse the man. It will collapse the man.
Yep, and that's why I keep telling women, y'all keep arguing about shit, which is the symptom of the problem. First and foremost, all isms are a philosophy. All isms, racism, classism, socialism, capitalism, communism, all of these are philosophies. And all of these philosophies come out of the capstone of a pyramid, of a hierarchical system. In white supremacy patriarchy, the white man is at the top. The world has been under patriarchal philosophy for like 6,000 years. So all of these philosophies come out of the mind of a male, which means they come out of the nature of a male. All of these philosophies are wrapped up in male nature. So consumerism, materialism, all of these are male dominated aspects of their nature. And one of these things is conquer or divide and conquer. So this is how you end up with classism. And this is also how you end up with racism. These are philosophical practices. They are not real in human nature. They are practices that represent male nature, which is competitive, territorial, scarcity driven, and greed. That's how you end up with capitalism that gives you the illusion of a free market, which free market is female nature. But free market and competition combined through the manipulated idea of scarcity, which comes out of male nature.
Absolutely, 100%. Like, even when you look at classism, you have poor people arguing with other poor people because they don't think they're poor. For example, you have people who make $60,000 mad at people who are on food stamps. But I'm like, first of all, let's look at just what are the facts. The facts are, if we're to look at it, take a number line from 0 to 1 million, with 1 million being rich, and 1 million is not rich in this country whatsoever. But 60,000 is closer to 0 than it is to 1 million. $100,000 is closer to 0 than it is to 1 million. You can make $400,999. You are still closer to that poor person at 0 than you are to 1 million. But they don't think like that. They think like, oh, I'm close to. You're not. So you make $65,000 a year. You want to talk about somebody who's poor? That literally is part of the classism. It wants you to align it's called false consciousness. It tells you, it makes you feel. It causes people to vote against and to be against policies and ideals that will actually benefit them because they think that they are above these policies. You know what I'm saying? It's a false sense of reality. It's false consciousness. It's like you are at $60,000 a year. You are closer to zero than you are to 1 million. So you cannot until you are at $500,001. You will always be closer to that poor person than you are to that rich person. So that just shows you the delusion of grandeur that people have when separating themselves from what's beneath. You know what I'm saying? When they want to put a social hierarchy on people,
Right.
like you're, it's not even close.
Right. And so not only are people voting against their own best interests in due to classism, they do it in just patriarchy, period, specifically
Absolutely.
women. So now when you
Absolutely.
have
Women voted with the white man.
yeah, so now when you have women go upholding male nature where they get zero benefit out of it, and they also have a delusion of being monetarily somewhere that they're not, right? This mass delusion upholds all of the brutality because men cannot do it without programming the collective unconscious, which is women. They need women to uphold this shit, and women can't see it. That's why they depend on women lying to themselves and continuing to cover for men. Right? It's a major fuck game that women can't even see. And so now you create the illusion of race, the illusion of class, because these are all illusions, because it ain't a hierarchical system amongst in a matriarchal society, which people were matriarchal prior to, because they went with the laws of nature. Now you create this structure that creates artificial shit like race, and people, just because you feel the effects of the philosophical practice that men have implemented, you think it's a real thing of race. It ain't no motherfucking real thing. It's a philosophical practice that has been put on you, and you have bought into the damn delusion. You believe in class. Ain't no such thing as class. It is a philosophical practice that is upheld through patriarchy, which means father rule. It's all male driven.
Absolutely. Like even when you like race, literally we're just different races because of our origins from our distance from the equator. If you originate closer to the equator, you're going to have darker skin to protect you from the sun. If you originate further from the equator, you're going to have whiter skin because you need whiter skin to absorb the vitamin D from the sun in order for you to continue to live. It's just an adaptation based on your distance from the equator. It is not the social idea of race is all it's all man-made. Our visual genotype phenotype differences are adaptation so that we can live in the environments in which we originate from. Like when you have dark skin and coarse hair, you can survive in more arid, hot temperatures. We couldn't survive like white people are white when they originate that far from the equator. Without white skin, they wouldn't be able to absorb the vitamin D that they need to survive. You know what I'm saying? It's just an adaptation. It's not a social thing. It's just a social thing. Like the social thing is all man-made up. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, like, all of
people don't get it.
No, they don't. And I keep trying to let them see that, because when you strip all that away, the root of the damn problem will always point back to sexual conflict. That's the root of this problem. And based on sexual conflict, the nature of male or masculine and feminine, what you have is an inverted reality. Reality has been flipped upside down 180 degrees, which has created all the world's problems.
Yeah, when you look at, like you said, nature, you said matriarchy was a form of nature. That is actually true. Because when you look at all forms of nature, like I said, you have the masculine and you have the feminine, the male, the man and the woman, the masculine and the feminine. You have day and night. These are equal but opposite forms. Until men understand that women are equal but opposite forms, they are not underneath us. They are equal but opposite. just as many animals live by the night that live by the day. The night is no less important than the day. There are just as many nocturnal animals as there are animals that rise with the sun. It is equal. It is opposite. They need each other. They're not better than the other. Like, we need push-pull. We need hot up. Like, it's all equal. But we will never be able to, until men as a collective understand that women are equal and they're just an opposite form of energy, it will never work, because you cannot. It's like the day trying to subdue the night. It's like the sun cannot overthrow the night. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not made that way. The sun is supposed. We have to have both. It will throw the world out of balance if we did not have sunrises and sunsets. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is necessary that men and women have to be equal in opposite forms. That is why shit will always be fucked up, and it has always been fucked up. And it's never going to get better with trying to keep a woman subservient of a man. It's never going to work.
Absolutely. Let me go to my commercial.
Yeast infection, BV, pH imbalance, we all have our moments. I have a secret. Step into my office. I'm addicted to the cartel. Kitty Cartel by Millennial Naturals. Their flagship product, Kitty Crack Feminine Wash, is plant-based, cruelty-free, and pH balancing. This wash will literally keep your intimate area fresh and moisturized all day. Kitty Cook Bath Soak is a unique, non-foaming bath milk to soothe, repair, and intensely hydrate your intimate area. It also de-stresses you and offers pain and itch relief. This smells so good and intoxicating. I'm obsessed. I'm officially Cartel Babe, and so should you. What are you waiting for? Visit www.millennialnaturals.com and remember, clean kitty matters.
I done told you, you right. Clean kitty show do matter. You better go get you some of that crack, girl. All right, put it in your crack. Go smoke you some crack and put you some of this on there. I'm telling you. All right. Let's bring our boy back.
What's up?
Yeah. Okay. So what was you saying?
Oh no, that was it. It's like, it's never going to. Women have been out of balance since the beginning of time, and women fell out of balance ever since patriarchy was invented, and patriarchy was invented for the sole purpose of giving unfit men access to women. That's it. Because it is in a male's nature to compete for the fittest. I mean, it's in the male's nature to compete. And when patriarchy was invented, and it allowed all men to have access to a woman, then the competitive, it threw everything out of balance.
And then we created a global problem of overpopulation, because now we got too many people on the planet who are not producers, they're consumers, and they have nothing to offer the planet, and we're overloading the grid. And now, since the planet is a living organism, the planet is in a cancerous state, and the planet is going to self-correct. That's what it's going to do.
I've already told. But think about this. This will kill people. I'm like, to even say, like, that's why, for people to even say that this planet was built for humans, it's not true. It doesn't make sense. This planet is 75% water. We cannot breathe water. We cannot live in water, but the entire planet is 75% water. We need water to live, or we will die. But the form of water that we need to live is the rarest form of water on Earth. 94% of that 75% water, we cannot even drink. We are living on a planet of water, and we are dying of thirst. It is 2023, and we cannot even desalinate our own oceans.
our polar ice caps, which is the reserve for all of our fresh water, they're melting because of overpopulation. We have, because of our greenhouse gases, we have destroyed the ozone, which now the sun is hitting the earth at layers, at temperatures unsustainable. Because the polar ice caps are melting, we're not reflecting the sun's energy back into the atmosphere, back into space anymore. The earth is absorbing way too much of the sun's energy. And because of our error, the water that we need is melting into the salt water that we cannot desalinate. We cannot take this fresh water out of the salt water. Ocean levels are rising, which causes all these other adverse effects. Like, we are killing the planet, and we will die. We are literally living. I'm telling you, we are. Other countries have already started going to war over water. Water is already a commodity.
Yep,
Water
they
is already
said
a
it.
commodity.
They said it 20 years ago. The future wars will be fought over water.
Over water. Over water. Do you know the Colorado River? I lived in Denver. The Colorado River it ends all the way in Mexico. By the time it gets to Mexico, it is dry. The river has run dry. It has always been the river that goes from all the way up in Colorado all the way down to Mexico. But because everybody pulls off of it, the river is dry. There's nothing. It's bone dry. Mexico has already started going to war. Mexico will go to war with water in the next few years. Several countries are already at war over water. Mexico, we're gonna have issues with them based on the Colorado River ends down there, and we've used it all up. You know what I'm saying? Like, people don't understand. Like, we're literally going to die of thirst. That's how we're going to. That's how we're gonna. That's gonna be our end. We live on a planet of water. We're gonna die of thirst. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't realize how these systems and the domino effect of all of this shit. It's bigger than we think.
Yeah, it is very
we
big.
threw women out of balance. Throwing women out of balance into the system of patriarchy created a small domino effect that led to the world being thrown out of balance because men were allowed complete free reign over everything without any type of governance.
Yep.
And it literally, in our excess and our need for more and more and more and more and more, eventually is where we're going to end.
Exactly. And so what the men did, because they wanted to control the planet and take all the resources, what they did was subjugated women and forced women to birth a bunch of males to use them as weapons to control women, to take over the planet. That's how you ended up with overpopulation, because the elites used, and it was their ego. Oh, we men. And based out of ego, they thought that they could take the divine feminine's place, and this is what they fucking done and fucked up the whole goddamn planet. So there is gonna be a mass extinction. Okay, there is going to be, the depopulation plan is necessary, and it's gonna go through. And this is one of the reasons why they're funding women, because women are necessary to sustain the planet. So women got two goddamn options. You stay in this old fucked up ass patriarchal shit that's dead, that they can no longer sustain, that they are rapidly getting rid of, or you wake your ass up and find your divine purpose and start adding value to the planet. Them your only two goddamn options.
Yeah. The thing though is because we are equal in opposite forms of energy, whatever women do to correct, men have the power to sabotage. For example, as you elevate, as you make changes, what have black men already said they would do? They would start voting for Trump. They've already said it. They've already said they'll literally if you do this and you don't want, I vote for Trump. Like, literally, whatever you do to make changes, black men, the further you try and move away from the patriarchal system is, you are, when you have a group of uneducated, unregulated men, they move off of emotion, not logic, not reason, not logic, not reason, not strategy, not tact, none of that. They move off of emotion. Whatever they feel is what guides them. And which is the worst type of person, because an emotional man, anytime you can control a man's emotions, you can control the man. But they don't understand that. Which is exactly what's going to happen, because if they need more Republicans into the fold, they're going to get black men into it by simply making them mad.
Yep.
They're literally have already said, "Oh, I'm just vote for Trump." Tons of black men have already said this. They're saying it. They say it all the time. You can pull up YouTube videos on it. Like, they're saying it on TikTok. It's just like, we're never going to move, because they're going to do whatever they have to do to keep you where you are, even if it means taking us both out. Like, it's just like,
Yep.
It's frustrating, because it's like, all you want is, like, just read a book. You know what I'm saying? Just like, why is it so hard to just, why is change? What's so wrong with this aversion to change? Why are they so tied to this whole being above women and all this other stuff? It's like this idea, this ideology that is refused. It's frustrating to be a part of a group of men that refuse to change, but they're holding on to things based off of no substantiation. There's no reason. You haven't done any research or anything. You just go on off of how you feel. And you holding on to some shit. You cannot give me any. You have not even read a book, bro. Like, you don't even know what you're talking about.
Most of them don't. 99% of them don't. And then even
like,
if
what
you
are you
show
talking
them,
about?
even if you show them facts, they still be emotional, right? And the reason why is because the truth, which is facts, does not support male nature. And so they demand the lie. They demand the fairy tale. They demand the delusion.
Yes. That's what kills me. Whenever they have these discussions and try to say women are emotional, men are logical. No! You just don't understand what emotions are. Anger and rage are emotions, bro. You are just as emotional as any woman. You're more emotional than any woman. You're more emotional than any woman. You don't even understand what a power move is. What you think is power is just emotions. You don't even know what power is, because power comes from emotional discipline, which you do not have.
Yep.
So you cannot tell me anything about power. You have never experienced power. You don't know what power is, because you do not know how to control your emotions, which means that you can always be controlled at any moment in time by any person with actual power. You do not have power at all.
Right. So now just think about this. If this is the male's nature and they've inflated the planet with more males than females all over the globe, and ain't nobody controlling these dudes, that's where your problem lies. So not only is the planet overpopulated, it's overpopulated with men, right? A lot of them too. So the government and these global elites have no other choice. They have no other choice, because the planet is in it's in a dangerous state right now, right? These ocean levels are heating up beyond levels that they've ever been. So they have to focus on the environment right now. So unfortunately for a lot of people, you're going to get wiped out in the depopulation plan. They have to reduce the population for environment's sake.
Right. The thing is, though, it's like people are not. It's like our population, as far as the black community, has been stagnant for decades. All the shit that they talk about, single mothers and blah blah blah, all these women got all these kids. Our population has been stagnant for decades, because as they have the babies, the black men just kill them. The number one cause of death amongst black men ages 1 through 44 is homicide. You know what I'm saying? So it's like our population has been stagnant at like 13% since like the 1950s. It literally hasn't gone anywhere. And the Hispanic population is actually above us now. They're like 14 or 15%. Like, but we also have, the black man also has the lowest life expectancy, because from ages 1 through 44, we're getting wiped out in swaths. You know what I'm saying? Like huge swathes due to homicide. It's number one cause of death. So it's like, we already doing the job for them. It's like
the the work has already been done. Like we're way ahead of them on that part. Like we can't make enough babies. Like we killing them too fast. You know what I'm saying? We can't make it. They're not worried about it. Like it's like every single thing, until black men are willing to accept the truth that every single thing that they know about every single thing is wrong, then they will never change anything, and nothing will ever happen, no matter how hard y'all try, or how much work y'all put into elevate, because we are equal in opposite forms. Everything that you do will always be at the mercy of black men, and they will be able to diminish whatever. They will be able to diminish your value, your work at some point. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like, hold on. Yeah, it's like no matter what, because it's like they're too black men are, we're just sometimes I feel like there's no sometimes I feel like it's dismal. I'm gonna be honest with you. Sometimes I feel like it's dismal. I feel like it's no hope, and I think it even stems all the way back to slavery. Like we were taught to see um, divinity in dying. We were taught that, just get through this earth experience because your reward is in heaven. And I think that people still live the same way. We don't do anything with any educational action. We don't move with strategy whatsoever. We just run amok based on our emotions. And that's the whole of it. You know what I'm saying? And then you have a group of men who expect to dominate a group of women who know more than them and who make more than them, and they expect to dominate women just because of how they feel. You know what I'm saying? And like you can't even stop killing each other so our population can catch up to theirs. Like their numbers are higher than ours in every single thing, literacy and population. What are you talking about? You want to? It ain't even enough of us to dominate them. Like, what are you talking about? It's like every single thing that they say is all based on feelings. That's why I don't get involved in any type of discussion, because there's no data to support anything that they say. Every single thing that they know about every single thing is wrong, and they don't want to unlearn nothing.
No, because it all supports their self-image, right? Because they already know that they're not valuable, and they just need to hang on to something that makes them feel worthy. That's it.
Yeah, it's like even small shit. Like I'd be like that's why I don't even engage. I'm like I literally have to tell myself I don't engage with people who are not at my intellectual level. Like there's no way I'm getting frustrated by it because somebody's dumb. I'm not doing that. Like how in your mind are you rationalizing that you could really compete with me, or that you could really think that you above me, or whatever, that you really could think that you could in your mind imagine that you is above me just because you straight and I'm gay? Are you serious? Like is you fucking lunatic? Are you a fucking lunatic? Like are you fucking insane? Like you know what I'm saying? It's just like, how do y'all rationalize the shit in y'all fucking head? Like you can't even fucking read. Like I be like, these are the things that I literally have thought. Like because so many of them believe that, and it's like I have to experience that when I go out into this real world and deal with them. I'll be like, nigga, is you fucking serious? Even online, I'm like, nigga, who the fuck is you talking to? Like, is you fucking serious? Like, and I can't take that type of it's madness. Like it's madness. It's insanity. And it's like when you see that and you know and you recognize what it is, you realize that we're fucked. Because that's the whole of it. It's like that's why I always say that I don't blame women. I feel bad for black women. I feel sorry for black women because in the majority, y'all have just made the best out of what the fuck y'all had to deal with the fuck y'all had, but y'all didn't have shit to begin with. You didn't have shit to begin with. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I grew up, I was raised with these men, was educated the same way, taught the same bullshit. And I can tell you right now, the simple ability to be able to say, I am my own man, I'm who the fuck I am, and I don't give a fuck about nothing. I know who the fuck I am, and I'm gonna think about shit on my own and move on how the fuck how I feel, how, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna educate myself. That it's not there. Like it's not there. Like I've never been. I get disappointed. Honestly, I get disappointed because men don't have the ability to make up their own minds anymore. They're all influenced. It's like, and they all believe the wrong shit because it feels good. Because it means that you can just sit in your divine femininity and just be at the top of this imaginary hierarchy. You sit at the top of this throne. And I'm just like, no, like, y'all told the black woman they wasn't shit, and guess what they did? They went to school, they did whatever they needed to do to step up. Y'all told the gay boys that we wasn't shit, guess what we did? We walked across that fucking stage, nigga. We got that money. Like, we did what the fuck we need to do. Now it's your turn. It's your turn to show and prove. And you don't want to.
You know what? You ain't the only gay man that said something just like that. It was another dude who was gay who had a lot of accolades behind his name, saying that, telling these straight dudes, what the fuck you doing? Everybody else carrying their weight, but you ain't carrying yours, right?
Yeah, it's just like, and then it's like, this will kill me, because then it's like, because they want to separate themselves from the gay and say, oh, well, we ain't the same. Okay, y'all been telling, that's the way it's been our whole life. We gay, they straight. That's the way it's always been. We ain't the same. You know, they will have a gay child from their own body and still throw that child in the garbage because that child is gay.
Yeah.
Because that child is so much not like them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you produced this child from your own body and you still threw it in the trash can. So it's like, y'all want to separate yourselves from the only people that are holding the numbers up. What are you talking about? When they talk about, they're always using the reason, well, 20% of black men ain't got kids, but the shit that y'all using, y'all don't even think about how they came to that figure, motherfucker. It's gay boys that ain't got the kids. It's the gay black boys who ain't got the kids. That's us who holding that figure up. That statistic that you're trying to quote, gay boys is holding that up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, what are you
Yeah, they never
about?
even they never even factor that in.
They never factor that in. They want to say black men ain't got them 30% of black men. However, whatever number they're using, 50% of black men ain't got them kids. Yeah, because 100% of those, because 98% of those 50% niggas is gay. That's why. Think. Think. It's us. We ain't
And
got
look, hold on. You got to factor in the handicapped, the ones that can't, right?
right.
The ones
They
that
so quick
will.
to quote a figure because it feel good. They don't
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
Think. Like, how you even don't quote statistics and you never taken a stat class? Because anybody who's taken statistics knows that I can tell any story with statistics that I want to. All you gotta do is omit certain variables. You can use statistics to tell any story that you want, and it will not be considered, and it will be considered credible in all news outlets because it is. You did not lie, you just omitted certain information. That is the way you use statistics. If they took a class, they would know that. It's like, statistics are used to add credibility to your news source. That's why you use them. They're not a form of math. They're a form of credibility. Like, I'll be frustrated.
I got you. All right, well, Chad, we're gonna take a couple phone calls. You want to take some?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna let y'all call and ask Chad some questions. Make sure you keep them minimized, one question, okay? And you got 3 minutes or less to ask. How many calls do you want to take, Chad?
It don't matter. You just let me know.
Okay. It'd be a lot of people calling, and sometimes the lines be so long, so I only answer until I get tired of answering. So, all right, let me put my number up here. 832-627-6575. Okay. Hit the line. You call in and ask Chad a question. 3 minutes or less, and don't tell your whole life story.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, this is Princella speaking. Who am I speaking with? Hey Ted, how you doing? What you got for Chad tonight?
Well, I actually had a question for you. Is it appropriate, or should I just wait till another live?
Oh, you can ask me a question.
Okay. I typed it. It's a little wordy, but I did type it just so I'm correct. So if I understand, I've been listening to you for a while. Agree with a lot of things, but if I understand your message correctly, everything you say about the female value over males comes down to the female role in human reproduction. Nature places all offspring in close proximity to the female parental figure, the male parental figure. And as a result, the female has always played the dominant role in shaping the formative years of most human offspring. What this did was imprinted almost every person with the female identity, values, biases, needs, and interpretations and preferences. As a result, the female has an extension of humanity.
Hold on. I don't think Chad can hear you.
I can't hear anything at all.
You can't hear nothing at all.
No, I couldn't hear anything at all.
Okay.
No, hold on, because that question's for me, but I need to make sure that he can hear. Yeah, he can't hear. So, Oh, Chad, can you do you have another device that you can pull up YouTube on?
Yeah. I got my tablet. I just opened it up. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Listen from here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you can put some headphones or something so you can hear him, it's gonna be a little delayed, but yeah, that's the only way that you probably gonna end up hearing this. All right, what you got?
Okay, should I start over, or should I just
You can continue where you are.
Okay, so basically, what it is the female has a connection to humanity that the male does not have to humanity. The connection females have to humanity is an emotional one, and the connection that males have to humanity is a utilitarian one. And that's essentially what your work, my understanding of what your work describes. Like the quote says, the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. Now, there's currently two major developments in reproductive technology that's underway. The first one is the skin cell extraction method, where scientists basically figured out how to take the skin cells of two people, could be two males, could be two females, reverse engineer those skin cells into stem cells, and then transform those stem cells into either sperm or egg. So two males have a child that has both of their genes, two females, etc. The second technology is the artificial womb, where incubation devices will basically replace women's bodies. The first artificial womb is already.
Hold on just a second, Ted. Can y'all hear Ted? Can you hear him now, Chad?
I just can't. Yeah. Now I just can't. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Ted, I hate to have to say this, but can you start from the beginning, because there was a audio error where nobody could hear you. So.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So now they can hear you.
Okay, understood. Okay, so here's the beginning of it. If I understand your message correctly, everything you say about the value females have over males comes down to the female role in human reproduction. Nature places all offspring in closer proximity to the female parental figure than the male parental figure. And as a result, the female has always played the dominant role in shaping the formative years of most human offspring. What this did is it imprinted almost every person with the female's identity, values, biases, needs, interpretations, and preferences. And as a result of that, the female has a connection to humanity that the male does not have to humanity. The connections females have to humanity is an emotional one, and the connection males have to humanity is a utilitarian one. And that is essentially what your work describes. As the saying goes, the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. Now, there's two current major developments in human reproductive technology underway. The first one is a skin cell extraction method where scientists basically figured out how to take the skin cells of two people, could be two males, could be two females, reverse engineer those skin cells into stem cells, and then transform those stem cells into either sperm or eggs. The second technology is the artificial womb, where incubation devices will replace women's bodies. The first artificial womb was built last year in Germany and has 30,000 artificial womb machines. Both of these technologies are expected to be available by the end of the decade. These technologies remove the female as a necessary part of human reproduction and allows males to produce offspring without females and imprint those offsprings with their identities, values, biases, needs, interpretations, and preferences as easily as women have historically been able to do so. So my question is specifically, considering these advancements in reproductive technology, what's to stop men from using these new methods of reproducing without women building their own communities and becoming the center of those communities the way women have traditionally been the center of the communities in the way that you described?
Okay,
Wouldn't
now,
this technology...
now first, yeah, because I'm answering
Because
this.
they ain't got no money. That's why.
Okay,
That
now,
shit is gonna be free. That's not gonna happen. You ain't got enough money. That's number one. Then number two, like you talking about the what's more intrinsic as far as knowledge for men and women as far as men can have that. Men can have the same emotional intelligence. They just don't want to. You don't want to develop. Just admit that men don't want to do any work. Men can become emotionally intelligent. They can, and women can become, just as women have learned to become more utilitarian, they absolutely have become more utilitarian. There are women in construction sites. Men don't want to become more emotional. They can. It's not like these things are set in stone. Like, we cannot become these things. Men just don't want to. And as far as all this, haven't seen any cited sources, but even if I were to believe everything that you said was true, y'all ain't got no money. Y'all the men, that is for rich people. If that were even true.
But hold on. But first of all, the way he started this was all wrong anyway, because
it doesn't make sense. This
hold
is
on.
literally something that was off some wiki something.
But what he said was totally wrong to begin with, because he's saying that women are imprinting the children with their values, wants, needs. That's bullshit, because you totally ignore patriarchal philosophies. It's the philosophies that men have imprinted on women and forced women to uphold. So it kills me when these dudes with they fucked up egos call me with this shit being disingenuous, because you don't want to sit here and acknowledge men's roles. You always want to blame it on women and exclude the shit that men are doing. It ain't women doing this shit. It's men.
And then it's like, that didn't even make, none of it made sense, because then it's like, and then they're gonna have incubators to replace women's bodies. No, nothing's gonna be, poor people are gonna fuck for free. Nothing's going to replace a woman's body. That's impossible. Okay, you mean to tell me that the same people who popping out babies left and right in ghettos and trailer parks is gonna be getting a $300,000 womb because they don't want to deal with women no more? It's not happening.
But that's you know what? That's these males' fantasies. They hate women so much. Well, what y'all gonna do now when men can replace you, right? He didn't say, you're right. He didn't say, well, can't men get replaced? No, we gonna replace y'all wombs with an artificial womb. He didn't say nothing about AI replacing they utilitarian asses with robots and saying just fuck the man.
Right. It's not even intellectually sound. That makes no sense. It makes no sense.
Next caller. Thank you, Ted. Like, come on, man. Yo, it don't make no sense, and it's never about what can we do. They'll do anything besides being better people.
So the crazy part is, I went this whole show without even pulling out this tablet. So I just got the tablet and I just perused on the comments real quick. And it's whoever this person is who asking the same copy paste question. If men are so bad, then why he just asked, if men are so deplorable, he has in all these despicable versions, why is he attracted to men? You think me being attracted to men, you think that's You proud of that motherfucker? That's nothing. Are you forgetting? I'm a man. Who fucking you mean nothing to me? You niggas is nothing. That like sex means nothing to a man. Do I need to repeat this shit? It's just to fulfill to. I treat y'all like gutter bitches. Like it's like it's something to fulfill a standard male need. It means absolutely fucking nothing. You think that means I see value in you? You nothing to me. Nothing. Nothing. I knock y'all down like fucking chiclets.
I
Like, what
keep
do you
trying.
mean? That's not you. You proud of that? They're like you mean nothing to me. Like y'all. Then we can if we're so deplorable, then why you're attracted to me? You're proud that I'm attracted. Is that supposed to be like a point? Like you're proud? Like ooh. He must see value in us. We're so despicable. I know you're despicable, like you said. You're not.
It's
You
better
mean
that I
nothing.
say it's better that men dog each other instead of coming over here dogging women, right? And so
I wear y'all bitches low. You
and they
nothing to
like
me.
it, Chad. They like that shit too, don't they? Yeah, they like that shit.
Like the fuck? Like I swear to God, like y'all
Yeah,
niggas wore down like some black Air Force Ones. Like nothing.
yeah. Tear that ass up, Chad. Tear that ass
Yeah,
up.
like that was the dumbest. And he like copy pasted that shit like 58 times. Like he really wanted me to answer that. That's how I know he
Yeah,
heard.
yeah, yeah. He wants you to hurt him some more. The banana in the
Yeah.
tailpipe.
Sure, well give me some money. We could do a finance kink. Shit.
Let's see who else we got. Shoot.
Hello.
Princella speaking. Who am I speaking with?
Hi, Princella. This is Levon. I am calling or listening in from Minnesota.
All right, Levon.
So I want to let you know how far your reach. I know it isn't as far as you go, but I have stumbled onto you and I have enjoyed every single moment and I have been enlightened. So I just want to encourage you to keep doing what you're doing because you're reaching, like, you're starting whole groups up here where we're discussing everything you talk about. So keep doing what you're doing. And then I just had a question for Chad. And um so what do you think the answer is? Like, and you, from your perspective, should women just leave men alone? Just like, I know Priscilla's perspective, but
No,
what's
the
your
thing about it
perspective?
is no, because I know that it's just not going to happen. That requires it's not going to. Like I said before, I understand. I know the power that men have. I know how the power a man can get in your head. Um, I think the best thing to do is just y'all just have to accept that y'all have to just continue doing whatever is best for you, whatever that may be, whatever is for the good of your own well-being. But nothing will change substantially until black men as a collective make the decision that they are going to unlearn everything that they have been taught. Y'all
And you
unlearn the
know,
shit that y'all was taught. Y'all were taught to be mammies and footstools, and y'all unlearn that to become the only group of women of any race to have dominance over their men. Y'all did that. If you look at even the Housewives show, only the black show did the women make more than their men. It was only the Housewives of Atlanta where the women made more than their men. It was very representative of black culture. Like that's just the way that it is. It's even when I look at my own family, the women make more than the men. And my aunts are married, but the women make more than so. Until men as a collective decide that they are going to go get these, it's like you have black men who literally watched y'all be CNAs, and while you was being a CNA, he could have took them classes with you, but he didn't. He sat there and played the game while you wiped the masters, and then you went on to be an LPN, and then you went on to be an RN, and now you got a traveling nurse. He could have been in those classes with you the whole time,
right.
but now being that you an RN, now you got your own business. Now you masculine, but he could have been there with you. He could have done the same thing, but because he wouldn't let his ego. I ain't wiping no asses. That's a girl job. I ain't doing that. It's that they do the girl job. What's wrong? You could have done. You would have actually gone further. Men crossing into female dominant spaces, employment spaces, we are male privileged. We are met with what's called the glass escalator. Males who cross into teacher roles become administrators way faster than a woman would. Men crossing into nurses will move up way faster, and we get paid more. Male privilege dominates in female dominated spaces. But when you cross into our spaces, you are met with a glass ceiling. We stop you from coming up. You know what I'm saying? Like, you cannot get to the executive level. They will stop you from getting into the good old boys club. So they don't even realize that had they just went to those CNA classes with you and wiped them, they would be further than you. But they don't even want to do that. Like, she didn't want to wipe those asses, but she did what she had to fucking do. It's like they don't want to, until it's little shit, like, till they realize that I'm going to do what the fuck I have to do. I'm going to let go of all this shit that's telling me what I'm supposed to do and I can't. That's a girl job and all that. I'm going to let that shit go and I'm going to do what the fuck I got to do. Until we get there, it's never going to happen.
And so, Chad, I want to let you know, you say they ain't gonna do it. They ain't gonna. You don't think they gonna stop messing with these dudes in this community? Oh, baby, these motherfuckers. They threw these motherfuckers the lefty niggas. I'm telling you.
yeah. But as far as the whole,
but you know what? You know what, Princella? And one of my groups, one of the girls said, "Oh, we stop messing with men. They gonna start getting violent and start, taking it from us." So. I don't know what the answer is, but she was like, I'm just scared, like, if that happens, like,
well, they
what they would do to
at
us.
that level. The whole incel community exists because men aren't getting sex. All of this, all of this discourse is because we're already there. Like, we're already in that. We're not even at the precipice no more. We're in it. Like,
so we damned if we do, and we damned if we don't.
Yeah, it's like we're already in it. It's like every single dude that's in the comment section who just is a loser, he's one of those people. You know what I'm saying? It's like we're already in it. We just haven't been getting none in a long time.
Well, thank you so much. This has been great. So I'll go ahead and drop down so somebody else can come up. But thank you so much, Chad. You've been a wonderful guest, and Princella, I'm praying for you, pulling for you. All of that, just keep doing what you're doing, and I just hope like you keep that message like so clear and not letting anyone deter you, no matter what.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Keep going what you're doing, and I just hope, like you keep that message.
Hello.
Can you turn the TV down in the back?
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's on surround sound, so I'm turning it down. Thank you. Thanks for accepting my call too. I think you're amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate you. So,
what you got for Chad?
My question is, my alias is Coquijin. COQUIJAN. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Everybody can still hear the TV because we can. Can you mute the TV?
I'm a mute it. Yeah.
And you I've muted it.
Let me propose. Excuse me.
Why am I attracted to men? Because
let me propose what I'm saying now. So just hold on a minute, because I can tell you everything. All right. So, if I understand it right about your sexual preferences, you're gay, and so
yes.
My reason for proposing, if men are so deplorable and you've expounded on all of these despicable virtues, and I've known this since I was in elementary school about boys, and hell, I got a chance to grow up with some of these Negroes, and they still show me the same thing. And then now I've come to find out they're gay, and they're raping children, and it's a lot of horrible history with men. And I don't want to talk about the black man and all of that. I'm talking about men in general. Why are you attracted to men? And what is
Because
the baseline? What is the baseline about why you're attracted to men? Why are you with them? Because you reflect about who you are. Whoever you team up with and you link yourself to,
Okay.
you are who they are.
Okay.
So
Okay.
anyway, that's my proposed question.
Okay. Well, ma'am, that's because sexuality is not a choice. Unfortunately, if sexuality was a choice, then straight women wouldn't be attracted to men. All of y'all would be lesbians. So it's obviously not a choice. And I'm attracted to men because I don't need them for nothing else. I don't need them for what you need them for. I can do everything on my own. I don't
I
need
don't need
men
them for
to.
what you need them for, but I'm
Okay.
just
No,
trying to understand
I
about the
just want.
virtue part. The virtue.
Okay. Now let me pause right here. Let me interject right here. Okay. All
Yes,
right.
ma'am.
Please don't be condescending. I feel a little
No, 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 no,
condescending.
no,
No,
no.
no, no,
Trust me, I
no,
won't
no,
say.
no, no.
I
Let me
won't say.
finish. No, let me finish. Let me say what I want to say because there's a major difference when it comes to males. You have males are more sexually oriented biologically. Okay, when it comes to women and their sexuality, women's sexuality is more open than men's sexuality. Men's sexuality is more hardwired, okay, and they have biological preferences that are more hardwired than women. So when you factor in mental, emotional, and spiritual connection, which men do not factor into their attraction, women do. So women having attractions to women because of virtue, because of emotion, that's something totally different. When you just strip it all down to the biological nature of a male, which is mostly void of these higher level things, then you get a base of who he's attracted to, which is biological. It's either men or women.
Right. So with women, so y'all have sexual attraction and physical attraction, meaning that you can find somebody physically attractive. That don't mean
I'm
that they're
intellectual
sexually
in this
attractive.
level.
With me,
I
with
don't
us,
mean to
if you
interrupt you.
physically attractive, you sexually attractive. It's all the same
I'm
thing. So
intellectual.
what?
Yeah, see, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just saying I'm intellectually connected on that level, and I'm financially stable, so it's crossing out a lot of men. But at this point, too, when I was in
Well,
my
yeah,
late 20s,
sexuality. Just so you,
but
I'm just letting
but
you
I'm
know,
trying to
sexuality.
understand if they are so deplorable, why would you link yourself up with such deplorable characters?
Because
And what
sexuality, ma'am, is
this
not a choice.
they're
You just
deplorable
are
though.
what you
But
are.
I'm just trying to understand the
But
deplorableness. They
but
raping children.
I never said
What
men were
what are
deplorable. I
you?
never said them. I've never said men were deplorable at all.
You never said
I
that,
can
but I'm
correct you.
saying in the description of it though, the baseline
I
of
don't. But see, I'm a man.
the
Those qualities
man's
don't turn
gut.
me off.
I'm talking about the
I'm a man.
man's
Those
gut.
qualities don't turn me off. The qualities that turn you off as a
They
woman
don't turn you
don't
on. So
turn
it's
me off
just
as a
baseline
man. I
sexual.
can function with
So
those
it's just
qualities.
baseline sexual. All right. Well, at least I've understood where you're coming from. Hey, Priscilla, I appreciate your time and thanks for your platform. I'm gonna let someone else come on. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank y'all so much. No, I appreciate you. I love you too. That's why I'm with you. All
Okay,
right.
thank
Y'all
you.
have a good night. Good night. I love you, ladies.
All right, bye
All
bye.
right. Good night.
Okay,
Bye.
all right. Okay, so let me give everybody some rules, okay? Okay. Chad is my guest, okay? Chad is my guest, and I have taught everybody the difference between men and women, okay? When it comes to sexuality, right? I have told you all that I date women. I am not a quote unquote lesbian, but I date women. I am not a quote unquote homosexual, okay? But I date women. I'm on the asexual spectrum as a woman. I'm on the asexual spectrum, and asexuality includes sapiosexual and demisexual.
Demisexual. Yeah.
So sapiosexual, there has to be an intellectual stimulation there for me to be sexually turned on. Demisexual, I have to be emotionally connected to somebody to be sexually interested in them. Okay? That used to be directed at men. I can change that because it's not dependent on the sex. It's dependent on these other qualities. So the male could have them that'll draw me there, or the female could. But once I came to the conclusion that that the men can't do it, all possibility of being attracted to a male at all dropped. So now it's like I can get these things from a female, so I'm going to direct my energy towards females. Okay, that's me. So that doesn't make me lesbian, and neither does that make me quote unquote homosexual on a biological level, because these are all mental decisions. Men sexuality is not motivated by mental, emotional motivations. Okay?
Exactly.
So just like they can fuck you and you mean nothing, they can fuck each other and they don't mean nothing, right? So let's respect my guest, and I don't want homophobia or whatever the energy is that may be coming. Respect my guest. I don't care. I don't run my platform like that. I run my platform cool and calm, and I'm not tolerating back and forth. I don't run that kind of environment. Good. So this is gonna be
unknown caller.
These are gonna be cool conversations, right? Let's see.
Greetings.
Hello, who am I speaking with?
James.
James, how you doing? What you got for me tonight, or Chad?
Okay, I'm gonna say I guess it's at both of y'all. All right, so the good guy versus the weak man, and being gay versus a cop out. So how do I bring this together? So a few weeks ago, I've been binge watcher stuff. So a few weeks ago, I was watching the Jordan Peterson crying thing. And so I thought about like a lot of men, the quote unquote, they're like, oh, I'm a good guy. Oh, I'm a good guy. But in the back of my head, I'm like, are you really a weak man? Then my example of that would be, there's a movie, I think it's called The Craft. And in the movie, this one girl had like a deformity, and she was like real nice. And then they made a deal with the devil. And then she became pretty and undeformed. And then she became a bitch. And so, or I won't say a bitch. She became like the head cheerleader, so the stereotype of the head cheerleader. So she just became real mean and nasty. And so a friend of hers was like, well, were you always this nice? And so that made me think like a lot of men, like they say they're this, oh, I'm a good guy, I'm a good guy, I'm a good guy. And I'm like, is this motherfucker really just, are you weak and you ain't got no damn stage to dance on? You know what I mean? And then with that, translating that into, I'm a gay male. So I've asked a lot of gay men who I've met, I was like, are you gay? Like, and kind of peeking into when you earlier when y'all said how like a woman can shape how a man views a woman and things. Like my mother, she was hell bent, like she was traumatized and went through all her programming, and she loves men. And for me, like that type of thing, it doesn't turn me on. And I'm gonna say for most women don't turn me on, because I see like they hell bent behind men. And it's like, for me, that level of access for me is just too But I've spoken to several gay men, and a lot of gay men said that just, I don't know if it's a cop out. That's the reason I'm asking the question. I'm asking how you feel about it. But I've spoken to a lot of gay men, and they've said like a lot of young ladies in their environment, they just never really vibe with. I know a young man who I had the conversation with, and he moved to Costa Rica, and he big living it up with women now, well, men and women. But in America, he was gay, but in Costa Rica, he's bisexual. So I'm wondering, like, do you, in your experience, do you know men to be, oh, I'm gay because, either I wasn't taught game, I felt like I'd never get a woman, or, I could never fit these social standards, and thus I'm gonna just go to a man to where it's easier. That's it.
No. You talk, I'm sorry. Who's this question? Who's?
No. You can answer
Is it me or
that.
you?
You.
Oh, okay. So for your first question, as far as the good guy, there's no such thing as a good guy. That archetype, those guys that say that good guy shit, all those are just guys that feel that they should be entitled to women that they are physically attracted to, even though they are not physically attractive to no women. So they don't want the women that are attracted to them. They want the women that they are attracted to, and they are upset that the women that they are attracted to are not attracted to them. So that's all that is. They're like, I'm a good guy, and girls don't like you. You're not a good guy. You just feel entitled to women who look better than what your physical looks can afford you. That's all it is.
I like that.
She looked the way she looked, and that's the reason why you want her, and she want the dude that she want based on her physical capital that you don't have. And that's why they throw them tantrums. That's why you say, well, were they even a good guy to begin with? They were never a good guy to begin with. They just feel that they can emotionally manipulate a woman they can guilt a woman into wanting them, which is the lamest thing ever. How you gonna guilt your way into some cooch? It don't even make sense.
Thank you so much. I
Weakest
appreciate
thing
it.
ever. Okay. And then as far as the dudes thing go, no. There's no, we live in a heterosexual, patriarchal society. Homophobia is rampant across all countries, all over the world. Nobody would just do this shit because it's easier. No. If you gay, if you're doing this shit, this is who you are. It makes no logic. It's not a choice, because who, if had the choice, would go through what most gay people have to deal with. Like, I was fortunate, I didn't have to go through a lot of the things that a lot of gay people have to deal with, because my parents are educated. Most people's parents are not educated. So they have to go through being thrown. You know how many? Go to any Greyhound station, go to the megabus station. You'll see 17, 16-year-old gay boys out there every single day, because they're thrown away. They're thrown in the garbage every single day. You know what I'm saying? So who would go through getting thrown in the garbage by the people who are supposed to take care of you, by the people who created you? Who would go through being beat up and all the stuff that gay people go through? Who would go through being shunned from the religion that you were from? And all the things for a convenience of getting some sex. It's never that deep. If they're going through all of that, they subject themselves to all of that, trust me, that's who they are. Because you wouldn't do it unless you had to. That's the fact.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, caller, for your questions.
Thank you so much. Peace.
All right, bye-bye. Yes. And so under matriarchy, where they followed the laws of nature and the universe, you didn't have these problems with homophobia. You didn't have these problems with scarcity. You didn't have these problems with rape and all of that. It's these systems and these unnatural philosophical practices that have created so much hatred, so much fear.
They're so stupid.
Yeah.
They're so stupid. Think about this. That's what I'm saying. This is why I say the ability to think is not there. They lack. There's nothing there, because why, as a heterosexual man, would you ever be homophobic when that's literally taking more men out of the market? That's more cooch for you. I want all gays to be gay. I want everybody to be gay. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what you, as a heterosexual man, I would want all my competition to be gay. I don't want no competition when it comes to the cooch. But they mad that it's dudes who don't want the cooch. That makes no logical sense. How could you be mad at a gay dude? Like, that's more access for you. Less straight men on the market means more access, you dummy. Like, I don't get it. They're dumb.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just a bunch of, it's because we allow ego to run this shit. Males are ego. Yeah. That's what causes all the problems in the world, right? Yeah. I mean, this is crazy.
Ego clouds logic. It makes no logical sense. Like, as a heterosexual, I would be pro-gay everything. Take all the men out the market. I want all the women for myself. It's like, who wouldn't think that way?
Right. It's the craziest thing, man.
Hello?
Princella speaking. Who am I speaking with?
Hi, I'm Stella. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Sorry, the service is kind of trash where I live.
Hold on, let's make sure Chad is still here because his screen went black.
Okay.
I don't know if he got a phone call that knocked him out or.
Yeah.
Okay. He's still not here. Did you have a question for me or him?
Kind of both. So, I'm kind of like a baby. I'm only 14. So I'm really glad that I found your stuff as early as I did, because you kind of got me before I made any terrible life decisions.
Wonderful.
But sorry, I'm kind of nervous. But I was just sort of, I guess, like, I've gotten a whole lot of advice about, like, what not to do, but as far as, like, what I'm supposed to do, like, from, like, and not even just, like, from you, but, like, from, like, everyone in my life, like, adults, like, they sure give me a whole lot of, like, advice, like, on what not to do, but you rarely ever hear, like, what you should do, and then they're just like, just do whatever, like, your heart tells you to do, and it's like, that's obviously not effective.
Right.
So, like, I don't know, I'm kind of confused. Like, I have, like, vague ideas. Like, I want to move abroad. My brain is really, like, compatible with, like, Asian languages. So, like, that's, like, something that I've been studying since I was a little kid. Mm-hmm. So it's just, like, it's a whole thing. And I guess, like, I have, like, a vague idea, like, I want to be a doctor or, like, a paramedic for sure. Mm-hmm. So, like, I have, like, vague, like, broad strokes ideas, but as far as, like, specifically, like, as far as, like, just, like, existing in the world, there's, like, very little guidance on, like, how to do that effectively.
Oh, wow.
So I guess just vaguely,
okay.
What do I do?
All right. So first and foremost, decenter males. Do not focus your existence on males. 2, learn who you are and what you want to do and what your purpose is, and lay out a plan, a 10-year plan, what your life looks like in the end, and work backwards and figure out all of the steps that you have to do to accomplish those things. And make sure that you build great networks of support to help facilitate the things that you want to do, and in exchange make sure you add value. But always, anytime you go out, make sure you always go out with people that you trust. Never go out by yourself at night into dangerous places. Always have a buddy with you that you can trust, because by you being so young right now, in the next 4 years, when you turn 18, the world is going to look drastically different than the way it looks right now.
Okay. That's actually surprisingly helpful. That's, like, the most clear answer I've ever gotten from anyone asking this question. So yeah, that's actually really great. And I don't know, I guess, like, I sort of have, like, a weird, like, situation with my family, like, because, like, since I was really small, like, my parents have treated me more like a friend than an actual child. So I guess I'm just, like, I have been working really hard to, like, decenter, like, can you not, like, you just stop? What? Oh, why are you looking for a toothpick on the front porch? There's some in the windowsill in the kitchen, by the sink. Sorry.
No problem.
That's actually my exact point, like, trying to decenter, like, my parents' emotional state, and also especially my dad's. because he's like kind of like super mentally ill, which that kind of got dumped onto me genetically and like bad parenting. Like I just it is really like helpful to have like some clear advice just because like
You're
as I was
breaking up a
a
little
little
bit.
kid, like sorry, I'm walking out into the nowhere lands. I pace when I like thinking. But I guess like just working really hard to decenter my parents' mental health, especially my dad's, because like which is all sorts of messed up. And also earlier there was this other thing that I was thinking about because when Chad was talking about how like men aren't into women they start caring about, it made me think about Freud and like the Madonna, I'm going to say mistress because I don't want to get you demonetized, but like you know what I'm talking about, right? Like with Freud and like like the Madonna mistress like complex
Yes.
where men either like filter women into either like sexual objects or women that they would find fit for marriage.
Yes.
And I don't know. I learned about that recently while I was watching a video essay on YouTube. I thought it was really neat. I just saw a shooting star. That was cool. But sorry. But yeah. So it made me think about that, and I think that's something that a lot of people should know about, especially women, because like when you know that men are like consistently like when they meet you they're sorting you into either the Madonna or the mistress. I'm really working so hard to censor myself. But when you know that, it makes you more aware of like what they're doing and how they're treating you. And since I was an ugly kid, so I think like for a really long time I've been like being like set up to be a marriage candidate, which was all sorts of messed up because the idea of marriage has always disgusted me since I was a small child. And I don't know, it's a whole thing. I'm talking a lot and I'm taking up time. But yeah, so just like thank you, both of you. You're both really cool, and it's really good that I can like get this knowledge before I majorly mess up my entire life. And yeah, so just I'm gonna get off so other people can talk. But
Thank you so much. I appreciate you for sharing.
All
right.
Okay. Bye bye.
All right. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Princella.
Yes, this is she who's speaking.
Oh, this is Glow.
All right. What you got for us tonight?
Well, first I just want to say I really love what you're doing, and I appreciate your shows. But I just wanted to ask a quick question for
Chad.
those. Well, I guess both of you. It's really about those of us who are raising small boys. I have two toddlers, so I just wanted to know what is one thing that you guys think that we should focus on when raising them, things we should watch out for just to make sure that like they do have that emotional intelligence that we talk about, that man lack, and how they just don't fall into the trap of the patriarchy. Because I know when I listen to you, I'm a believer that like when you hear the truth, it just hits different, and sometimes it's hard to accept. But I just know that like when I listen to you and a lot of the stuff you say, I'm just like, oh my god, like I've never been able to really articulate it the way you articulate it, but it makes sense to me. But I also happen to have two small children that are growing up in this world, so it's like I do have a responsibility to make sure that they're well equipped to survive in this world. So what is something that I should pay attention to as their mother while they're so small? That's what I wanted to ask.
Chad, you can go ahead and answer that. Oh, Chad, we can't hear you. Your sound's off.
I can't hear him either.
Nah. Nope, don't hear you. Okay. He said 1 second. I think he got.
Okay.
Yeah, he gonna call back.
But I guess you can answer what you think, and then when he comes on, he can answer as well.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you straight up. Just don't coddle him. Right? You're gonna have to. Male children are more attached to the mother. They just
Yes.
they're codependent by nature. So you're gonna have to have
Hmm.
you're gonna have to have a community to help.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're gonna have to have a
Yes.
community to help draw a barrier so that way that you can ease up on the codependency. But you're gonna have to force those males to do things by themselves, and you not come to their rescue. All right, Chad, what you got?
You want to raise your kids to be bilingual. You need your sons to be bilingual. They're toddlers. They're at the age where they need to learn. They learn everything. Um, so if you know two languages, definitely teach them both. But if you don't, get them
I
close
do.
to
I
somebody.
do.
You do perfect. Make sure they're
Yeah,
bilingual.
I'm African, so they speak both.
Okay, perfect. Um, Also, you want to make sure um, that they know how to do everything. Don't limit their skill set or the things that you will show them as far as around the house just because of their
Hmm.
gender. Show them how to cook. Like,
Hmm.
eventually, when they get older, you can have them doing all of your cooking. You can have them cooking for you. You know what I'm saying? You need to have them teach them over time all of the skills that they're going to need to do.
Hmm.
Teach them to also um, teach them that it is cool to be smart because they're going to be in
Hmm.
an environment where people are going to tell them that being dumb is smart. Make sure that they are surrounded by people who uh, who make smart cool. You know what I'm saying? Because boys are going to do what they think is cool. Never let them think that being a dummy is cool. Like, intelligence is everything. Also,
Hmm.
um, be there for them in ways you may already going to do this, but be there, be very present for them academically, not just in sports or anything like that. Be there, like,
Hmm.
show up, like, be there academically for them, 100%. Um, when they start getting personalities, um, and they start showing like different aggressions, or when they act out, teach them what the emotion. So you may have to even go back to your own drawing board because this was going to be hard, and not,
Hmm.
don't spank them. Like, once they learn language, you can spank them when they don't know language, of course. But once they come into consciousness and they know language and they can have a conversation with you, that's your job to teach them what they are feeling. You need to, uh, when they act out or whatever, you need to teach them what that emotion was, how to recognize it, how to uh, release, how to recognize it, how to respond to it, and how to release. Like, you need to teach them these things, and they need
Hmm.
to know how to respond to the entire gambit of their emotions. Also, teach them that little boys specifically are more prone to crying than little girls.
Oh my God,
You you
yes.
are you are going to, don't so they may need that a lot, but don't instill in them that toxic trait of boys don't cry and all of that. They are going to go through that stage. Boys are more prone to crying than little girls. That is a scientific fact. That's a study. So don't tell them that that's wrong. That's a normal part of having a son. He is going to cry. You have to let
Hmm.
him get that out, but teach him what he's feeling too. Um,
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
just who once you see their personality develop, celebrate who they are. As individuals, they're probably going to have different personalities, but if you have one that is more hands-on, and you have one that's more into books, celebrate them both equally. You know what I'm saying? Recognize them for their individuality and celebrate their individuality. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Give
Hmm.
them their own sense
Hmm.
of identity and celebrate each one of them for what makes them different and unique. Celebrate their differences so that they won't develop that herd mentality. Like, they won't think that being different is wrong. Like, differences are supposed to be celebrated. You know what I'm saying?
And then, of course, once they get older, but I don't want to give you too much. You know what I'm saying? They toddlers. You should be good.
No, you guys said a lot of things that are really aligned with what I believe that I should do too. But it was a good reminder because, especially when you said teach them what they're feeling, I really think I need to focus more on that so they know like I'm feeling sad, I'm feeling angry.
Right.
My son, my 4-year-old, he's like, "Mom, I'm angry." He knows that one.
Yeah, teach them to
But before I
recognize what that
close out.
is.
I wanted to ask Princella something she always, well, I've heard her say often about, I think you said the age of 7 is the age that you think boys need to be kind of like detached from their mom. Can you tell me a little bit more what that looks like? Like, because for example, I have 4 brothers, so they have 4 uncles, and my dad, their grandpa. So, is that like something like where maybe when they're at that age, to have them around more of those males that I believe would be like a good example for them?
Well, it
And
really
because I
should be
really don't
around
like.
5. It really should be around
Okay.
5, right?
Okay.
But you need to have them around males who are well developed, the type of men that you would want them to be around, because that male child is going to model his behavior and his way of being after the males. Because if the males go out, if your child goes out to find other males to be around, and the dominant behavior of males is disrespecting women and being uncouth and all of that, he's gonna be that most likely. And to ensure that he doesn't, you're gonna have to do one hell of a job to prevent him from seeing himself through the lens of other males. So to curtail that, you should put him around males that you believe carry the traits and the characteristics that you want your son to model, and specifically how they interact with women. What you think about that,
Perfect.
Chad?
I agree 100%. Like that's the thing. You want to make sure that it's around the right kind of male, because just being around a toxic male is not gonna. You're gonna create, you know what I'm saying, a male chauvinist incel. You know, you don't want that. You want to make sure that he's around the right type of male, because you want to make sure that he has a balance, because the problem with men now is that they don't have the balance. So what happens is, when a man receives too much nurturing from his mother and not enough discipline from the father, then he becomes what we have now. What we have now, these man childs. You know what I'm saying? But when he receives too much discipline from the father and not enough emotional from the mother, then he becomes emotionally void. You know what I'm saying? He becomes more hyper aggressive. He may get his shit together as far as like getting things done, but he's not going to make a good husband. He's going to be emotionally void. Men need both, just like women need both. But so that's why you want to make sure that you are putting him in spaces with men who are emotionally intelligent, who are emotional, because that is the challenge. That's the hardest challenge for a man, is to be emotionally intelligent. A lot of men can go to work and make money and get a check and bring it home and take care of their structural business. But to find a man that is emotionally intelligent, that is the hardest thing to do, because that goes against, you know what I'm saying, what is easy for a man. It's easy for a man to be very detail focused and orient and linear focused. And if you have that skill set, it's easy to do. You know what I'm saying? But to recognize your emotions, to release those emotions, to realize that emotions are a part of being a human being. You know what I'm saying? And that they don't make you weak. That is what's going to make him strong, because nobody will be able to control him. You know what I'm saying? Make sure that you find some men that that not only that literally would be not only good husbands but good lovers, not just good providers, but an actual good lover. That is different. Like, that's so many men, they're not good lovers. They don't have to be a
No, they're
good
not.
lover. You got to have that emotional there. You got to be able to calm somebody else's body down, and they don't have that ability to do so.
Well, thank you so much, Chad. I'm gonna find you on TikTok and follow you. And Princella, again, I'm in Houston, so I'm looking forward to running into you one day. I'm like so looking. I want that to happen so bad. I want to run into you one day and just say hi and thank you for everything that you're doing. And y'all have a wonderful night. Thank you for all your input about that.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, Chad, you want to take about 2 more calls and then we call
Yeah,
it a
that's
night?
cool.
All right.
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. Um,
Hello.
Princella speaking. Who am I speaking with?
Hello, Princella. Hello, Chad.
Hey.
I'm Timothy, and I I just want you guys to just like weigh on my opinion and my epiphany on the situation of like I think I know what is the issue. We first of all we all know that you know we are ruled by Eurocentrism and a patriarchal society that had created philosophies for us to govern under. And so, because it had, we were never supposed. Well, as you know, let me just speak on the African American side just for a little bit. We were never supposed to beat the system because we were supposed to be the workers of the system as like AIs, right? You know, picking cotton, helping, like doing labor.
Mm-hmm.
And so for that, now that the world tried to create this happy medium of, you know, we can all live in society and thrive by us all being slaves. Like, you know, now the wives are slaves, doesn't matter if they're white or black, Asian, Latina, you know. They built this artificial society. And so now that the issue is that, you know, for with African American males is that, you know, like you said, Princella, black women has been put at the very bottom of the pyramid to the point that now the African American man know that he can't defeat the system. He now wants to become a part of the system, like being like, you know, now that they want to you see the Eurocentral standards, like, you know, when they date certain women, when they date, you know, they want to be in certain fields in, you know, like football, sports, or what have you. And so the African American women have been so reliant on the African American males until she realized that they can't do it. Like when you said you were looking for all the qualities in a man, that you realize you had it in yourself. And that's when you realize that you were the queen maker. That's when you realize that you were the power source, you know, because like you said, women were always the community. The males were just were just, you know, the servants of the community. That's why they went to go get the food or what have you. But it doesn't mean that a woman can, because we all know that females were capable of hunting. They were the ones that birthed their husband. They lived on this, you know, the earth. So now, because the African American, I know I'm backtracking, because, you know, the black man wants to be a part of the patriarchal society, they are now trying to throw black females under the bus. And so that's why when you see on YouTube with Tommy Sotomayor, Kevin Samuels, they bully women, especially black women, because they know that they can't take on that job. They can't fulfill, so they want women to submit to them. But we all know how powerful women is, because for number one, Kevin Samuels died for getting some pussy. So
okay, so what's your actual question?
my actual question for you is, now that we know the issue is, what would be the good way of going about it now?
Going about what?
Like living in this patriarchal well, it's moving to matriarchal, but living in the artificial society in the matrix.
What is the way
Going
for men?
forward,
What is the way for men to live? Or
men and women.
okay, well, see, my talks are or discussions are for women to just disengage and focus on themselves and build community amongst themselves.
Right.
And men who can do that may be able to partake and help women by being helpmeets. But if they're not, I don't know what to tell men because
Right, they can get going.
it's totally dependent on their personal development and how they can interact with the community without trying to subjugate them. So I don't know what to
Right.
tell men. Chad, you got anything?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much like I said before, when men just step up and become real men, like, I don't want to say it, but like, just until men stop being stubborn and get off that block and just and say, that's all it takes. That's all it takes. Honestly, if they did that, then they then they wouldn't have any other problems that they're having. I'm gonna be honest. Black women have worshipped black men since the beginning of time. It had to be an act of God for even one black
Right,
man to
and
worship
that's
black men. So this black women have always been. So it's not going to be hard to get the women on their side. That's what I'm saying. It's pure stubbornness. You had to literally have to be an act of God for black women to turn against black men in any capacity whatsoever. So they didn't leave them easily. You know what I'm saying? This happened because they are unmoving and unwavering. All they gotta do is just fucking put in some work. Just make a change. Stop. Be appreciative. Stop being entitled. Simple as that.
All right. Well,
yeah, I definitely agree.
Well,
I'm sorry. Go
yeah,
ahead.
no, I was just saying thank you so much for your question. We're gonna get another call so I can go ahead and get off of here.
All right, y'all have a good night.
You too. All right, bye.
Yeah.
Okay. One last call and we out of here.
That.
Hello.
Princella speaking. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, Princella. This is Bianca. How you doing?
I'm excellent, Bianca. What you got for us tonight?
Okay. So I guess you can take this one. Okay. So I'm 18 years old, and
How old are you?
I'm 18,
Okay.
and So recently, I actually met a girl 4 months ago, and she is completely amazing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I guess the question, what I want to know is, why are women still so resistant to, I guess, you know, girls being together? Like, because I have two best friends, right? Like, I've been having them since I was 10 years old. Like, I'm 18 years old now. So we've been together for 8 years,
Mm-hmm.
all three of us. And so, like, at this point, like, we are very bonded.
Mm-hmm.
We're so connected with each other, and I feel like we share something that is so sacred to us.
Yes.
And so recently, like I said, I met this girl, and she's incredible. And now I want to, introduce her to my mom, and she completely, like, I don't have her support, and she doesn't approve, which is okay, but I don't understand, simply because technically, like, all the signs have been in her face for 8 years. Like, technically, I've been dating 2 girls for 8 years right in her face. Like, and just to paint you a picture of like what it is that we do and how we engage. Like, we literally cook meals together. We will dine and eat together. Like, we'll hang out in the living room watching TV shows, like, snuggled together. We will literally paint each other's toenails and fingernails, play our favorite songs, dance with each other. If we sleep over at each other's houses, we will literally all be sleeping together in the same bed, like cuddling each other. Like, we are that close. And so I guess, like, I can't figure out, like, how did she delude herself into thinking that I wasn't going to go out into the real world, meet a girl, and not consider the possibility of,
she probably was
dating one.
because we live in a system of patriarchy where people have been beat down, and they're trying to assimilate to this system as a way of survival. The ego, safety, it's all about safety and survival for them. So it's not that she probably didn't see it. It's probably that she wanted to ignore it and convince herself into this delusion that it wasn't real. That's really all it is. You know what I mean? So, the only thing that I can say for you is just do you, right? Do you, and don't worry about your mother's approval and why she ain't getting it and all that shit. Go ahead, Chad.
Yeah, I can help you on this too. Like, because I definitely understand what that's like. One thing that you have to talk to your mother about, and also you have to kind of understand her side a little bit. When she found out she was pregnant, and then she found out she was having a girl, it happens naturally with all people who are expecting children. They immediately start planning out what they think their child's going to be. She had an idea of who you were going to be, and she basically created this child in her mind. And when you are not that child, she needs to mourn the idea of who she thought you were so that she can accept you for who you truly are. And some parents never let that go. But she has to let whoever she thought you were going to be, she has to let that go. She has to let that imaginary child die so that she can love the real child that she really has. Like most parents, they have a hard time of letting that idea go. They think that their kid's going to be this one way, and they hold on to that. And when they hold on to that, it blocks them from letting in the real who their child actually is. You know what I'm saying? So understand the challenge that she's going to have, but you need to make sure that she lets that go. She gotta let that who you is who you is. She gotta let all that idea of who she thought you was go.
Yep.
Okay, because like I'm going away to college soon, and it's just frustrating because like now I'm realizing like, okay, this is truly a part of my identity that I am really am going to have to figure out. So that's why when I went to her, I just to kind of echo off of what Princella said earlier, like I was intentional with my words. I didn't say bisexual or gay. I just said I want to date this girl because I understand that this is a process. I'm gonna have to figure it out, And so I feel like this is something that a lot of girls struggle with because, when my friends would bring it up, prior to this situation, like immediately I would get triggered. Like not because they were right, it's just simply because I've never been vocal about it. It's just kind of been suppressed, like for a lot of years. but yeah, so I appreciate you guys' perspective,
Love you.
On this subject matter. Yes, absolutely, 100%. And Priscilla, you're amazing. Like, I also wanted to ask you: do you have you ever heard of this woman by the name of Mona El Sahawi?
No, I haven't.
Okay, she's an Egyptian American journalist, and I found out about her 2 years ago because I've been coming into consciousness since I was 16. Like, and she was the first feminist, well, living feminist that I absolutely like. She's incredible. Like, and I think that the two of you would be amazing together. Like, her perspective on patriarchy and the way her perspective on how women and girls should actually like she's just amazing. Like, I really want you to look into her, and she has a lot to say on this subject, and yeah, she's incredible, and I think you're incredible too, and beautiful. So thank you, and thank you, Chad, too. I appreciate both of you guys.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Chad, you have been super duper, man. I thank you so much for coming here, and everybody is really, I think they got a lot of value out of you being here. I think we are on the brink of a great change in society. You know, it's gonna look, a lot of this stuff is gonna look kind of crazy as it's cleaning itself up, going into this new era. But I think raising the consciousness of people is important. I wanna what's I see you changed your handle. Is Chadrion now? Is you
Yeah, it should be on. You talking about on
TikTok?
On TikTok? No, it's still the Chad the Great. That's just my name. I just changed that from my first name and my last name. But my username is still the Chad the Great backup.
Okay, so yeah, go follow him on YouTube. I mean, on TikTok. If you're not, the Chad the Great backup, you'll see him there. He easy to find. Okay, all you got to do is type it in the search bar, and he will come smooth up. What's your Cash App? Because people might want to bless you too.
Cash App, cash tag is going to be cash tag, and then.
Hold on, let me put that
actually, let me type. How can you type it in the thing? Can I just give it to you now?
Yeah, let me type it in the chat.
Okay. And let me know when you're ready.
Yeah.
It's the $.
And
then Mr. MR. BMW 1.
BMW 1. Okay. All right. Mr. BMW 1. Okay.
Yep.
So if you hear any if you hear any cash tags going off on your thing, your chime, it's the people sending it to you. Okay.
Appreciate the love. Send them over if y'all can. Definitely appreciate it. It's been wonderful, y'all. It's been great.
Thank you so much. We hope to have you back.
Yep.
All right.
All right. Definitely.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. This was a great show. I enjoyed the show. That should have gave you some more confirmation. That should have definitely given you some more confirmation. Before I want to play this. I want to play this for y'all. Before we end this.
You know, people have to understand that.
Why in the hell is this continuing to kick out? Why is it doing that?
You know, people have to understand that masculinity can be a cult. And when I say cult, it's no different than David Koresh. It's no different than Jim Jones. It's funny because when you don't even hear, you know, a best way to example is slavery. Is when slaves were yelling about, oh my God, I'm being beaten, I'm being hurt. The master would look at like, I don't understand what you're saying. You don't, you know, it's almost like there's this disconnect, like they won't see pain. There's a lack of empathy. And this is what happens with men and women. Men who are in this cult, you can say as a woman, they talk, but a guy is not looking at you as even all the way human. And this is what you have to understand. There's a humanity issue here. You're like, why don't you hear me? Why don't you see my feelings? And they're like, but you're not all the way human. You're here for me. You're here for my deal. And it's real. I got a perfect example. Now, first of all, I have to tell you, I am guilty. I am guilty. I believe, simply because I was a man, that I was more valuable than my wife and the other women in my life. This is something that, men have been sold a bill of goods for a long, long time. Let me tell you, when I was in football, I remember one thing the guys would do is go to the strip club. And the guys go to the strip club, and you sit there, and here's the woman, and the whole thing. And once she starts talking about she has kids, or if she starts talking about anything in her life, it's like, stop. Because you're becoming a human before my eyes. I don't want you to be a human. I want you to be an object. I want you to be something pretty to look at, but as you talk, you're making things too real for me. So scary.
So I done showed you in a million ways.
Right now, Terry Crews joined.
I done showed you in a million ways what time it is, right? It's up to you to start accepting that, right? It's up to you to start accepting that, right? Chad hit you with some stuff right out of male nature. This is a man straight up talking to you about males and how they think. And this is what you voluntarily lay down with, right? People in my power group, my high power group, I showed you in the TV series. I showed you what Chad just told you tonight, right? It's right in front of your face, right? Princella ain't making up none of this stuff. I'm not making up none of it. It's all verified, right? It's all verified, okay? So let me go ahead and call out these super chats that were given tonight. Galveston Mermaid, $2. The Guide, $10. Queen P the Goat. Galveston Mermaid, another $2. April Love, $5. Welcome, Chad. Tammy Bars, $5. Sticker, Tammy Bars, $2. Hit like as you come in, ladies. Quita Ward, $5. Smash the like button. Legs for Life, $5. So happy my friend put me on. Y'all really saved me. You just don't understand. Love y'all. Zero Tolerance, $10 sticker. Black Queen, $10 sticker. Vanity 77, $5. Mary Chance, $5. A perfect guest to give the perspectives of males from a man. Thank you, P. Candy Cane Lane, $5. Nicole Bain, $10. Queen P saving lives. Belinda Lucas, $10 sticker. Drea Mose, $5. Thank you so much. C. Jackie, $5. You are absolutely phenomenal, P. Love the show. Chad is dope. Percy, astronaut status, $10. Hey, good evening, Queen, or beautiful Princella. Hey, Percy. He's steady throwing. Percy steady throwing no. He's steady tricking on the girl. He's steady tricking on me. Percy, what that about $50 now? Venus, $5. He said niggas out here spreading they seed like chicken feed. Oh shoot, I missed that. I must have went up and talked to Amaya. I missed that part. Lesbian cult member, $20 sticker. Flower Power, $20. The Awakening Continues. Red Iceberg, $5. Love you, Princella. Teach Girl. Angel Lakeisha Tisdale, $5. Hey, my Princella, I learned a lot from you. Keep doing what you do. Thank you. Tara Joy, $5. Sticker. Yanonomics, $10. Intriguing conversation. Thank you. Miss TK, $5 sticker. Too Gnarly, $10. I know there's organizations out here to donate for the climate change, but is there any way we can start our own funding for this community? We'll look into that a little bit later. Let me make sure I get everything in order, right? And it will be something, right, soon. Pretty Shamarley, $20. How do I protect my 8-year-old boy from experimenting with sexual relationships? you can't control everything, right? You can only control what you can control, right? I don't know your household setup. I don't know what your support system looks like, but all that has a lot. That's gonna have a lot to do with what you can help control at the house within your range. You know what I mean? Dark Mother, $10. Chad is hilarious. Amazing collaboration and brilliant convo. Princella, please have Chad come back again soon. Thank you. Morgan Jones, $2. Love you, P. Come back, Chad. And Onda, $10. Please keep doing what you're doing. And thank you, Chad. Blessings, prosperity to you both with love. Awesome. Let's see. I think it was another one that came in here. And Onda sent another $10. You are given so much wisdom in life. Given so much wisdom from life. Bella from Twilight called. I said, oh yeah, this is hitting. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate that. And let's see what we have on Cashapp. See what we got on Cashapp. All right, we got Lauderdale with $25, Jessica P, $20, Daniela, $25, Nurse Fancy, $25, and Keela Mason, $25. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate you. So you know what time it is. Make sure you go back and watch the replay. Check the comments. So if you want a discount on Share Butters, beautiful buttercream that you want to rub all over your body, make sure you use the 10% discount code Princella. Spell my name correctly. Otherwise, you ain't going to get no discount. All right. It's been good, and I'm going to see y'all later. Peace out.